Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back today at 1637 of the War News stream. And tonight, of course, like usual, we have very big news coming out of Europe and big news coming out of Iran as well. Right now, we're seeing a massive NATO force buildup near Russia's Kaliningrad region, and right now it has everybody on edge, and we're not really sure why it's happening, but that is certainly something we're watching throughout the entire day. Also, we've seen that Moscow, certain areas, have plunged into a total power blackout amid a huge drone attack, and also Iran restarted attacks today, apparently on Dubai in the UAE, and that's a developing situation too. So we have very big news, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to cover the past 24 hours, actually 48 hours, of the news from around the world, as we have been able to hear significant developments from quite truly every corner of the globe, including Eastern Europe, the Middle East, East Asia, Northern Europe, and also the United States of America as well. As major news has come out today that NATO forces are now not only conducting a surrounding, or more so a deployment to Poland to conduct intimidation against the Russian Federation's enclave in the Kaliningrad Oblast, but significant air flights and reconnaissance was also conducted today in the Arctic Circle, near to the Russian Federation's Arctic Fleet headquarters based out of Murmansk, and also Russian forces that are based within this area. This is one of the largest NATO aircraft involvements that we have seen in recent times, most likely within the past several years, and it does appear that according to the flights that were in the air today, including AWACS aircraft and aerial tankers, there was most likely a high presence of multi-role fighters that were also airborne and operational, which we are not able to account for in number yet, but we can largely deduce were certainly in the air due to the fact that other support assets that would support their operations were up at that time. This is one of the first times that we've seen NATO make a concerted response to the Russian Federation in any recent moment, and it is one that is quite welcome to say the least. We have also been able to hear that at the same time, the Ukrainian armed forces are conducting direct attacks against the city of Moscow, with over 600 drones being reported reported in tonight's attack, one of the largest seen in the history of the war by the state of Ukraine against the Russian Federation, and there's already been confirmed drone shootdowns and impacts within the area of Moscow City, which has resulted in some of the city losing power, making us believe that critical energy infrastructure may have been hit and destroyed in the midst of that strike. We have also been able to hear at the same time that the Islamic Republic of Iran is continuing on the warpath against the United States of America and its allies in the region, as the Islamic Republic of Iran has conducted another ballistic missile attack again today against the United Arab Emirates, with 2 ballistic missiles being fired towards the Jebel Ali and Dubai City area. UAE air defenses did respond and shoot down the missiles, but it is once again clearly showing that the Islamic Republic of Iran is continuing its hostile activities. As a result of this, the UAE has stated that they are stopping and suspending any financial activity with the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we've also been able to hear that at the same time, the United States of America is now considering a larger or complete military withdrawal from the entirety of the Middle East, as the President of the United States is now alleged to be working off of the statements or concept of the Secretary of the Treasury, which is to put sanctions on the Islamic Republic of Iran and eventually see if that will make them fold. Mind you, sanctions have been on the Islamic Republic of Iran for about 49 years. We've also been able to hear additionally that there were several ships that were attacked within the Gulf of Oman entrance of the Strait of Hormuz over the course of the past 24 hours, with 2 vessels being reported to the UK MTO as having sustained damage from some sort of a shore-based attack, and we also understand that these vessels have suffered minor to moderate damage from these strikes. We've also been able to hear additionally that the Yemeni Houthis are continuing their actions against commercial shipping around the Bab el-Mandeb, as another cargo ship was also hit at the entrance of the Bab el-Mandeb today on the Gulf of Aden side, and we have also been able to see proof of those rockets being launched towards the Red Sea by the Yemeni Houthis, continuing to show that the Iranians are leveraging their proxies throughout the region to instill their reign of terror on every major shipping lane, largely peninsula-wide. We have also seen the Israeli Defense Forces and the Israeli Air Forces continue their bombings today inside of southern Lebanon, attempting to target and destroy Hezbollah strongholds and positions throughout the southern part of the country. And the IRGC's militias inside of Iraq have also continued their attacks and strikes against Kurdish forces and the Peshmerga within northern Iraq. Outside of this news in the Middle East, we've also been able to hear that the President of the United States is allegedly trying to line up another meeting with the fatty in North Korea, aka Kim Jong-un, as for some reason, the President of the United States wants to meet with an enemy of the Republic and get to talk to them a second time. We've also been able to hear that the United States of America has stood up a new Patriot unit in Guam, which will most likely become operational by December of this year of 2026, as Guam continues to become an increasingly more important and vital supply link and also logistics hub for possible U.S. military operations to come in the future if a war with China is to break out over the island of Taiwan. We have also been able to hear further proof corroborating the fact that U.S. munition stockpiles had run incredibly low, as the United States of America is now requisitioning even more contracts and issuing more bids to be able to produce record numbers of munitions that has not been seen in the modern day, not only suggesting that U.S. stockpiles ran incredibly low, but we are also perceiving that there is most likely an inevitable conflict coming up again in the future, either with Iran, the Russian Federation, or the United States of America, meaning that they will not only have to rebuild the munition stock that we have largely depleted with the war with Iran, but they will also have to grow them most likely threefold, if not twofold, to be able to prepare for a conflict with another adversary state within the next few years. Meanwhile, the French Republic has also expelled Iranian diplomats today after the Iranians arrested and apparently tortured 2 French diplomats that were within the city of Tehran during prior times during the Memorandum of Understanding period, and we have also seen that the Ukrainian armed forces have continued to hold their line and inflict significant casualties against the Russian armed forces over the course of the day. Suffice it to say, folks, today is quite a large bit of news. We are going to be making sure to cover each and every single bit of it, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night.
Also, by the way, apparently there's a brand new MOU, a Memorandum of Understanding, and it basically says very simply that we don't understand anything, basically to a large degree. So that's the new MOU, an understanding that we don't understand, basically, in the Middle East.
Honestly, man, like really, it is something. It is something down there. We'll have to make sure to get into that, folks, a little bit later on the show. It'll actually be one of our first news topics. But moving us on into our first and largest pieces of news for the day, we are going to be moving on and into the area of Eastern Europe, as we have been able to see that for one of the first times ever today, NATO has taken a concerted armed action against the Russian Federation, or at least an armed intimidation action against the Russian Federation along the Russians' border. borders, more particularly around the Kaliningrad Oblast. The Kaliningrad Oblast is a very important location strategically for the Russian Federation, as it is an enclave of Russia's that exists between the borders of Lithuania and Poland. This allows for them to build up and base and operate a significant amount of forces within the Kaliningrad Oblast that are able to conduct air defense and anti-ship operations against NATO naval forces that are based within the area of the Baltic Sea, thus trying to, in a sense, in a hypothetical war, sever NATO from being able to arm or resupply the Baltic states and largely besieging them with the anti-ship and air defense forces that are hypothetically based in Kaliningrad. We have been able to see that over the course of this day, NATO has responded by sending up a significant number of military aircraft, including one AWACS aircraft, several refueling tankers, another electronic communications aircraft, and another surveillance aircraft that actually ran loops around the entirety of Kaliningrad over the course of this day. The fact that we saw that there was an AWACS aircraft, a communications aircraft, and several aerial tankers airborne suggests that there were certainly multi-role aircraft, most likely of the Eurofighter Typhoon, Rafale, F-15, or F-16 varieties that were currently up in the air and operational today near to the area of Kaliningrad and within the northern areas of the Polish border. This is the largest air action that we have ever seen or have even been able to document on ADSB transponder around the Kaliningrad Oblast, and it is quite truly a complete air package. It includes the command structures, the missile detection infrastructure of the communications and AWACS aircraft, also the surveillance aircraft which were circling Kaliningrad, and tankers which were apparently refueling and supporting multi-role fighters that were on call. This is largely one step away to try and find a way to even describe this from conducting direct air operations against Kaliningrad. With the current configuration that we saw in the air today, it could have simply been an order that was issued that would have started an attack on the Kaliningrad Oblast, because all air assets that would have been required for such an attack were airborne and operational at that time around the area. Not only did this action happen in Poland today, but we also saw that within the Arctic Circle, way farther north, there were also several aircraft that were operational up here as well. This was not showing, however, the kind of multi-role or complete air package that we saw inside of northern Poland today, but it was one that was quite significant, including an RC-135 rivet joint of the Royal Air Force, which was operational north of Murmansk, and also a P-8 Poseidon of the Norwegian Air Force, a maritime patrol aircraft, and another Boeing Poseidon, which is a British version of the P-8 Poseidon maritime patrol aircraft, which was also operational within this area. This appears to be showing us there was a significant maritime patrol operation that was also conducted simultaneously to the one that was happening in northern Poland in the Arctic Circle right outside of the Russians' Arctic Fleet headquarters in Murmansk. These are quite large aerial maneuvers, especially considering that these are continent spanning and not only were happening inside of northern Poland on the eastern flank of NATO's actual ground battlefields, but also within the Arctic Circle as well, where a battlefield could emerge between NATO naval forces and the Russian Arctic Fleet, as the Russian Arctic Fleet would most likely be attempting to break out into the open sea in that hypothetical conflict.
Honestly, that's the part that's concerning to me. It's like they're both happening at the same time in close proximity to each other. The fact that NATO's deploying reconnaissance aircraft near the Murmansk naval port, that's concerning because that's kind of unusual to a certain degree, especially in this number of aircraft. But also encircling Kaliningrad, I think that might be the strongest, I would say, message that NATO has sent so far, that they're actively eyeing Kaliningrad. And remember, by the way, like months ago, we heard that NATO was drawing up preemptive plans to possibly take Kaliningrad in the event that Russia decided to attack NATO countries in the Baltics. So it's coming amid that report. So, I mean, this is a pretty provocative move, I would say. I would say it's a warranted move, but nonetheless pretty provocative.
It is quite provocative, I would add that. And also, it's quite interesting to know that both of these operations were conducted in the same day at the same time, not only against Russia's Kaliningrad Oblast, which is vitally important for largely cutting off and encircling the Baltic states and depriving Sweden and Finland of any reliable logistics access to the larger part of the NATO alliance, but the fact that they were also trying to conduct maritime patrols today against the Arctic Fleet is showing that they're either trying to depict to the Russians or intimidate them into believing believing that the Arctic fleet would largely be screwed if they tried to leave the port of Murmansk, or that they have reconnaissance and maritime patrol capabilities that would immediately be able to detect any Russian naval movements in that area, and NATO would be able to jump on top of that and respond almost immediately. Any way that we look at this was quite the action today by NATO. And while it is, of course, not getting into an armed conflict with the Russians, it is clearly an intimidation tactic aimed at the Russian Federation and trying to make it clear that air superiority by NATO air forces alone could probably destroy any edge that the Russians might have in the element of surprise and quickly turn a battle against NATO into a bloody stalemate on the ground, with NATO air forces largely reigning supreme in the skies above. And it looks like a lot of people are talking about this very incident right now in the chat, and whether or not the Russian Federation was trying to conduct some sort of an attack, and this was an attempt by NATO to be able to prepare for the attack that may have been coming, or whether it was just simply intimidation and nothing more. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so I will say this one here is definitely something interesting. This is not one to brush over, and that's what, in fact, why I made that the topic of the short video earlier today, is because to see Kaliningrad encircled, which is a hotbed of Russian activity, there's also jamming technologies there that Russia actively uses against the other countries in NATO in the area, and also in the waterways right near Kaliningrad. So it's a very hotly contested area, not to mention the Suwalki Gap that's literally right there, but in that same area. So in the midst of that happening, we also see that apparently NATO was very interested in surveilling the Russian submarine fleet up near Murmansk, which in my opinion suggests that Russian submarines might be on the move, and they were trying to see where they were going. That's my personal assessment. But what are your thoughts about why NATO is suddenly doing this large force deployment in both the area of the Murmansk port and also Kaliningrad as well? And it looks like the audience is almost split on this matter. About 49% said NATO is simply sending a preemptive message, basically warning off Vladimir Putin from doing any further provocations against NATO, while 41% of the audience said NATO has probably detected an imminent attack and they were doing this to get ready for that possible attack that could be coming at any moment, and 5% said it seems relatively normal to a large degree. And I can tell you all, this is definitely not normal. This is a very large deployment. It's not something that happens routinely. It appeared like it was a military exercise at first, but then I saw the Murmansk deployments. I was like, wait a minute, like something's going on here with this. Two different areas, two different hotbeds having large force deployments at the same time. That looks like more than a simple exercise to me. So I think NATO might have some intelligence that Russia might be preparing an attack, possibly, because, I mean, this is bold. I mean, this could cause Russia to get fearful and act. The fact that Kaliningrad's literally getting encircled by NATO aircraft, that could force them to feel like they're being threatened and cause a response from Russia. So it's a risky thing to do. I would say it's warranted, but I'm actually with the 41%. I think NATO might have some credible intelligence, like they've been warning everybody in the public, that one of those Baltic states or Poland could come under attack very soon, and they might be trying to see what forces are in Kaliningrad and see if there's a buildup. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would actually be with the 49%. And I think really, folks, honestly, the difference between the 41% and the 49% isn't that great. I would say it's more of semantics, and I'll explain why in a minute. But I would say I'm with the 49% that this is largely sending a message. Because either way that we look at it, folks, whether the Russians have done nothing or whether NATO is seeing that an attack is coming, this air action today, the fact that there was a large amount of aerial tankers involved, you can literally see them, folks, overlapping on top of each other on the flight radar here. We look to have 3 KC-135s or a similar refueling variant here, and 2 A330 Voyagers or KC-46s a little bit north, near to the area of Kazalin along the coast. This is giving us the idea that, considering that each one of these aerial refueling tankers can support, on average, about 4 aircraft, that if we were to do the math there was about 25 to 30 multi-role aircraft in the air today, along with those tankers, approximately. That is quite a large number of multi-role aircraft to have in the sky, considering that most NATO nations individually have about that amount of aircraft in their entire air force. So, in my honest opinion, I would say that regardless, it's sending a message to the Russians that if they conduct an attack, considering that NATO is a purely defensive force and we can't really conduct any preemptive actions, NATO is ready to start steamrolling the Russian Federation with air power alone. And that's something...
I would disagree with the part about we cannot conduct a preemptive action. I would disagree with that a little bit because NATO can act in a preemptive capacity. They can do that simply under the guise of a defensive posture. So, if, for example, if NATO comes out tomorrow and says we have credible intelligence with very strong certainty that Russia's about to attack from Kaliningrad into Poland or do something crazy like that, I mean, they could mount a defensive or a preemptive strike on Kaliningrad, which would be technically offensive, and that would be under the guise of defense at that point. So there are ways to get around that defensive only wording that they're talking about. There are ways to get around it, which I think they might be considering based on the reports of recent months.
Maybe so, but generally, I think that, in my opinion, the NATO charter is pretty clear. Someone has to be attacked because that's what Article 6 lays out, is that you have to be attacked to invoke an Article 5 collective defense, and it's really impossible to say by the provisions of Article 6, which clearly no one's come under attack yet, but we can go bomb the Russians under Article 5. That would be a pretty hard one to try and justify, and I don't really think a lot of people would be on board with that.
Well, it's kind of like, for example, if you're like a normal everyday civilian and you're at a gas station or something, and some guy gets out of his car and points a gun at you or something. I mean, you don't have to necessarily wait for the guy to shoot at you before you defend yourself. Like, you don't have to necessarily wait for that exact moment. Your life's in danger at that point. And not, once again, not legal advice, by the way. Don't follow that out. But anyway, so outside of that, in the war context, I would say the same like principle would apply here. Like, if Russia's pointing a gun at Polish forces, I mean, Poland doesn't have to wait to act. They can act defensively because they see the threat coming.
I don't know about that because, I mean, there was a lot of instances in the Cold War where the Russians were conducting major military exercises, and if you asked anyone back then, they weren't going to be invoking Article 5 to go blow up the Russians in East Germany because they had a big military exercise going on and they had guns pointed at us, because that's kind of defeating the whole purpose of it being a defensive alliance if you can justify offensive wars as a defensive action. But really quickly, to get to the rest of what I was about to say on the poll there, before we got into that discussion, I would say that regardless of whether or not they're planning on attacking or not, this is clearly showing that they have the kind of armed forces to be able to conduct generally a large airstrike campaign and most likely achieve air dominance or air superiority over Russian skies in the opening of a conflict, especially considering that the Russian Federation's Kaliningrad Oblast, in theory, is largely encircled by NATO, and the Russians would have to march through the Suwalki Gap to be able to relieve them. If Kaliningrad is not successfully connected to the Russian supply lines rapidly within the first few days of a conflict, it's highly likely that NATO air forces would be able to conduct suppression of enemy air defense actions and destroy most Russian air defense units within the Kaliningrad Oblast, and then move on to targeting and destroying the anti-ship missile launchers, which are also based in Kaliningrad, which would be projecting power through the Baltic Sea and stopping NATO vessels from easily transiting further north and to the Baltics, Finland, or Sweden to be able to provide any supplies or support to those countries, including reinforcements. So I would say that either way, the 48% or the 41%, I think that NATO is largely sending a message either way that NATO forces are prepared and ready to conduct defensive, or as Matthew would say it, defensive offensive action to be able to protect the NATO alliance, which is a very strong message to say either way regardless. And so, moving us on out of that, it's time for us to
I wasn't aware it was a follow up or anything, or you're asking a question. That just abruptly ended right there.
I was seeing if you had anything to say. I thought you were wanting to maybe restart the conversation about whether or not NATO can conduct offensive, defensive actions. But moving us on out of that, and on out of that big news of the day, we have also seen that while NATO is conducting significant intimidation tactics, one way or another, it also appears that there's been significant developments inside the Russian Federation over the course of this day from major Ukrainian drone attacks. While there have been other developments that have happened throughout the day, including the area of Novorossiysk and also elsewhere inside the Russian Federation, we're only going to be briefly covering the Moscow air defense situation and then moving our way on down into the Middle East and covering the major developments down there that have happened over the day. But moving us on and into the news around the Moscow area, we have seen that a record-breaking Ukrainian drone attack was conducted today Once more, another record-breaking drone attack, as the Ukrainian armed forces appear to be trying to ramp up their attacks and also conduct what can be described as precision strikes against the city of Moscow with their drone forces. From what we've been able to hear today, around 600 Ukrainian drones were launched from the territory of the state of Ukraine and started to proceed on to targets within Crimea, the Krasnodar Oblast, and also more particularly the Moscow region, which we have major news to report from that area. We were able to see that these attacks quickly arrived within hours into the Moscow area, and we were able to get the additional report once again that it was around 600 drones that had been launched into the territory of the Russian Federation, with around 180 of these drones heading towards the area of the city of Moscow. We were actually able to see some footage here showing those attacks, but because of the watermark in the middle of it, we really can't show that, so we have to move on to the other clips that we were able to tabulate.
I think that clip was from Exile Nova, by the way. I think they just slapped their like watermark over it, like I think that other outlet did apparently. So I showed that video on the Short War video earlier today, and I didn't have a problem.
Oh, well, I guess we can show it then. So here's the clip. We see him looking off into the distance at what appears to be a wisp of smoke rising from a drone that either impacted the ground or was just shot down over the area.
Chaos is about to ensue.
And there's a little bit more smoke as well. Oh!
Right, here we go. The apocalypse.
Man, what is this, a track meet? Everyone seems to be running.
Oh! Yell the road. I was going to run him over. Listen to them. Squealing off, peeling out.
Dang, man, honestly. And we can also see the smoke rising from the impact here as well. From what we heard, this was actually close to a Moscow oil refinery where this impact occurred.
And also see that video right here is from Exile Nova. It's just there's other people slap their stuff over it too for whatever reason.
Man, that's the Twitter game, man. Everyone gets a clip and they just smack a big ass thumbnail in the middle of it. Man, it's not even theirs. But moving us on from that and on into the rest of the clips that we had, we were able to see more of the strikes that happened around the city of Moscow and the Russian air defenses desperately attempting to stop the drones from making it all the way into central Moscow. We hear another one of those drones in air right here. And getting shot down, actually.
Прям тут. Мам,
Oh, блядь.
наверный. Прям сюда.
We also have another clip of that right here. Let's take a little gander.
Вот он, блядь, тут. Ебать! Ебать!
Man, this guy's
He's relieved that the air defense missile didn't hit his house instead of the drone because, you know, typically they hit houses.
Man, he said, "Yeah, man." Like, bro, it's like, man, he let out 1,000 people's worth of stress when he said that. Bro, after that drone got shot down. We also got another clip of the drone attack here as well. This is actually showing the drone flying over an apartment and then getting shot down by air defenses, and then falling and exploding onto an apartment block below, right there.
I'm sure they'll blame down Ukraine for hitting a civilian apartment block, even though they shot it down straight over it.
They probably will, honestly. You know how the Russians are. The innocent Russian people keep getting attacked by the vile bastards of Ukraine, believe it. We also get to see here that these new apartment buildings, the smoke rising from the fire across the apartment complex, about a mile or two away.
They're really feeling it.
Man, bro, that was emotional for them. Oh, but we also got more clips. We actually had a lot of clips of this air incident over Moscow, or an attack, more so to call it. And that one actually appears to have hit a high-rise that was under construction. Most likely shot down as well. And in this next clip, we were then able to see the daylight damage, and also what appears to possibly be like the Russian traffic cops cordoning off the area where the drone was shot down and exploded. And we also got this picture here showing more damage to commercial buildings and also an industrial smokestack from Ukrainian drones that either were interfered with by electronic warfare or were shot down by Russian air defenses. And we have one last clip right here. Actually, that's largely a duplicate, so we'll go ahead and delete that one. But that was generally the airspace situation that we saw over the Moscow area from the course of the night. And while we did see a lot of clips, folks, of the Russian air defenses shooting down Ukrainian drones, there also appears to have been some sort of a electrical outage or a blackout that happened in the direct aftermath of this attack, which is suggesting that some drones were able to hit electrical infrastructure targets in the Moscow area and were able to knock out electrical distribution to large areas of the city. This clip right here actually shows us one of the parts of the city being directly affected by the blackout. It looks to be a Russian subway station in the city of Moscow.
I guess the Russians are getting a taste of their own medicine that they're putting on Kyiv every day when the Kyiv citizens had to go hide in the subways and the roofs collapsing in on them. They're getting a small little glimpse of it, it looks like.
Man, I think they might be, and I've heard that they don't like it that much. They don't like it much at all. But outside of these clips in the Moscow city area, we can largely assess, due to the power blackouts and the drone attack that was conducted, which appears to have been nearly overwhelming Russian air defenses, that several drones must have made it deep into the Moscow city area, well through the air defense perimeter, and have been able to hit some electrical infrastructure. We're not entirely sure of the scope of the power outages and blackouts that are being seen in Moscow, and what exact targets have been hit and damaged at this point, but damage assessments on that will most likely be coming out within the next day, probably within the next 24 hours, and we'll probably have that to report to all of y'all tomorrow when we're on air again. But moving us on out of that major attack that was conducted in the Moscow area, it's now time for us folks to shift on out of Europe for a brief moment and to start traveling on down and into the middle of the East. As many of y'all know, there is always something going on down here. It's not always good, but we have to cover it because it is major news. So moving us on down into the Middle East, we have been able to hear that at this moment, the United States of America is largely considering its military operations against the Islamic Republic of Iran to have finally ended. And according to reports that are coming out today from U.S. officials that anonymously spoke to the press, according to the Washington Post, the Pentagon is evaluating whether to reduce its military presence in the Middle East after the Iran war, with one key area being a potential pullback from the Persian Gulf, where bases have been battered by strikes, according to the Washington Post. From what we understand, the United States Department of Defense is now considering a possible withdrawal or a removal of U.S. military bases from Gulf state nations inside of Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, and the United Arab Emirates, and also we believe Iraq as well, possibly, or they are considering a significant reduction of personnel and operational capacity of those U.S. military facilities. Either way, it is something that appears to be not in the strategic benefit of the United States of America, as controlling or conducting a military presence on a near continuous basis around the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, which are some of the most important waterways in the world, as they provide around 23 to 27% of the globe's oil consumption in terms of its output every single day and its shipments to the world. That would be quite detrimental for the United States, leaving a power vacuum that could only be filled by the Gulf states themselves and could possibly be further, I guess you could say, taken advantage of by the Islamic Republic of Iran, the fact that there would not be a constant or ongoing U.S. military presence of any significant note or at all within the area of the Persian Gulf or the Strait of Hormuz. While that is also being considered, the United States is now moving on to Plan B of the conflict with the Islamic Republic of Iran. According to CNN, the president has ordered his top envoys to halt talks with Iran, signaling a major shift in strategy, with the administration moving away from trying to hammer Iran ASAP and towards a longer-term effort to strangle Tehran through sustained economic and military pressure, with the goal appearing to be increasing pressure over time until Iran is more willing to accept the U.S.'s terms. We also were able to hear a statement from the President of the United States, largely corroborating this today. This was the statement: "There are no talks or conversations going on or scheduled with the Islamic Republic of Iran. The naval blockade remains in full force and effect. The Hormuz Strait is open and operating." Live feed of the maritime traffic, ship traffic in the Strait of Hormuz. There's no one there. But according to the president, it's open and operating. All water mines have been removed or detonated. Apparently, this guy has never heard of a sea mine. Apparently, these things sit in the water. That's kind of like a gun that's fired off in the air. They call those air guns, apparently. But according to the president of the United States, the mines are completely gone. The Strait of Hormuz is open and operating. Everything's fine, and we're not talking to the Iranians. We're simply just pressuring them on out of the conflict. All this going on while the United States is considering our own withdrawal almost completely from the Middle East, possibly, or largely the Persian Gulf area. So it does appear that at the moment, the United States of America is largely just throwing in the towel and is just going to pretend like nothing is wrong in the Middle East, although the Islamic Republic of Iran is still blockading the Strait. To give you all an example of how well the Strait of Hormuz is open and safe and operating right now, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps of the Islamic Republic of Iran conducted another attack on a commercial vessel last night. According to the UK MTO, they reported an incident in the Strait, and the third party reported that a bulk carrier had been struck by an unknown projectile while conducting a transit of the Strait of Hormuz. The impact caused damage to the starboard side of the vessel and resulted in a crew casualty. According to the UK MTO, there was no report of an environmental impact from this strike, but the vessel is believed to have suffered moderate to minor damage from a direct impact by IRGC anti-ship batteries on shore. A little bit before that, we were able to hear of another vessel that was attacked as well, nearer to Kashab, Oman, and according to that report, the company's security officer has reported that a vessel was struck by an unknown projectile while conducting an outbound transit of the Strait of Hormuz. The impact caused damage to the engine room and resulted in a crew casualty. The remaining crew are currently being assisted by the Omani Coast Guard. At present, no environmental impact has been reported and authorities are investigating. Quite clearly, the president is completely misrepresenting the situation, or what we would call, in layman's terms, flat-out lying. The Strait of Hormuz cannot be open and operational if two vessels have been hit and heavily damaged within the course of the past 24 hours alone. We also understand that the Islamic Republic of Iran is continuing to harass the United Arab Emirates as well, as air alerts started to come out from the Dubai area today, telling citizens to seek shelter as there were incoming Iranian ballistic missile attacks not only conducted against Dubai, but Jebel Ali, one of the major port cities within the United Arab Emirates. The direct emergency alert stated as follows: due to the current situation, potential missile threats, immediately seek a safe place in the closest secure building, steer away from windows, doors, and open areas, and await further instructions. And that was from the Ministry of Interior of the United Arab Emirates. We were able to get further information outside of this from the Ras Al Khaimah area that a missile threat was issued, and the United Arab Emirates did directly state that these missiles were aimed at and were attempting to hit the United Arab Emirates. According to the direct statement from the United Arab Emirates Ministry of Defense, they stated that UAE air defense systems have detected a missile threat directed towards the country. Kindly follow warnings and updates issued through official channels. The Ministry of Defense clarifies that if any sounds are heard, they are the result of air defense interceptions. That is not always the case. The Ministry of Defense affirms its full readiness to respond to any threat and safeguard the UAE's sovereignty, security, and stability. We were also able to later hear that it was a possibility that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps was not only conducting ballistic missile attacks against the city of Dubai and the port of Jebel Ali, but it may have also been that they were trying to fire at commercial vessels of the UAE that were actually anchored and were waiting inside of UAE waters at that time near to the port of Jebel Ali in Dubai. From what we understand, UAE air defenses were successful in intercepting and shooting down these two incoming ballistic missiles, but this is clearly painting a picture completely different than the one of a delusional person who is stating that the Strait of Hormuz is open and operating and the United States has the situation well in hand. With two commercial vessels being hit and moderately damaged, most likely, within the Strait of Hormuz in the past 24 hours, and the fact that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps just conducted a ballistic missile attack in prior hours against the United Arab Emirates and their most populous city, Dubai, it clearly is showing that the Islamic Republic of Iran is going on the offensive, while the United States is largely packing up and leaving the area. And this is leaving a lot of people in the chat to wonder what is going to be going on next, and they're putting in generally their thoughts on the situation with the attack on the UAE and the US's transition to economic warfare. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so out of the blue today, we saw that Iran suddenly launched 2+ missiles at Dubai, and also they had a huge panic. They told people to go to shelters. It was a whole full-on attack today that took place, and it's the first attack that's taken place in months, by the way. Dubai hasn't been attacked in at least 8 weeks or so, so this is a pretty rare attack these days. And also, Iran's now accusing the UAE of participating in economic warfare against Iran on behalf of the United States, and that's why they apparently conducted that attack. So what are your thoughts about that? 72% of the audience said this is about to get much, much worse very soon, meaning that Iran will conduct more attacks on the Gulf states like the UAE. 11% said it's just a fluke and a one-off attack, and 10% said I'm 50-50 on this one. And I gotta say, I don't think this is a one-off. If Iran is emboldened enough to launch missiles straight at Dubai over so-called economic warfare, which, by the way, has been existing for months at this point, it's not new. They're simply looking for an excuse to start attacking people again. So that feeds proves right into our theory that we've been saying for the last few weeks that the job with Iran is really not at the U.S., I guess you could say, volition for the most part. We have to finish the job involuntarily because Iran's not going to let us walk away. They're now firing missiles back at Dubai again, which proves that if Iran is left to their own devices, they're going to resort right back to their old terrorist ways, like attacking Dubai, like we saw today. So, I mean, in my opinion, I'm with the 71%. I think it's about to get much, much worse, and this is not a fluke, in my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would be with the 71%, hands down, 100% with the 71%. This is going to get far worse because the United States' current strategy and tactics is absolutely abysmal. Instead of continuing the conflict against the Islamic Republic of Iran to forcibly reopen the Strait, as the Strait is not going to be opening any other way, if and or how, we are now going to start considering the complete withdrawal of U.S. forces from strategic basings in the Persian Gulf. And on top of that, we are going to largely ignore the fact that the Iranians are still attacking commercial ships that are trying to transit through the Strait of Hormuz. While all of this is going on, mind you, the President of the United States is claiming, like he just did in his written statement today, that the Strait of Hormuz is open and operational. And let me make sure to get that statement for you all again, just to make sure that we can read this on air. The Hormuz Strait is open and operating. Meanwhile, we have two UK MTO reports that came out in the last 24 hours of the Iranians attacking ships that were going through the Strait of Hormuz. And if we look at marine traffic right now, there's not a damn soul in the Strait of Hormuz. Not a single ship is in the Strait right now. So the Strait of Hormuz is clearly not open and operational. And I'd also add that the minefield has not been removed. I'd also say that, folks, I mean, at this point, I feel like kind of nitpicking. Calling it a water mine tells you how intellectually abject someone is when they call a sea mine a water mine. I mean, it's not like you drop these things in a glass of water or something. They're put in the sea. It's a sea mine. They're the Mahan 7s and the Mahan 3s. If you call it a water mine, you clearly don't even know what the hell you're talking about at all. Just to add that. So this whole thing is nothing but a fantasy at this point, and it's also quite ridiculous that the United States is operating its foreign policy over the fantasies of a president that doesn't want to admit that the situation's not going well. So I would say that it's probably going to be getting worse, and the economic campaign against the Iranians is going to result in squat. The Islamic Republic of Iran has been sanctioned heavily since its inception in 1979 when it overthrew the Shah of Persia and created the Islamic Republic. There are very little, if any, additional sanctions that we can put against the Islamic Republic of Iran because they've pretty much been under the maximum sanction regimen for 49 years. So it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to be able to find any additional sanctions out of the blue that are just going to cause crippling economic damage, considering that some of the few things that we probably haven't sanctioned yet are the importation of hamsters and maybe some limes into Iran, which doesn't really amount to much of anything in an economic sense.
Yeah, and also not to mention, it's like, well, what more damage can be done to the Iranian economy? I mean, right now their currency is worth less than dirt at this point. Like a dirt, you could trade with literal soil and have better odds trading with that than you would the Iranian. What is it? The rial they call it, I think.
Yeah, I
What
think
is
it
it?
is.
The Iranian trash dollar at this point, really, it's worthless. It's like, what more damage can be done? It's like the whole place is like basically on the verge of starving. They got horrible water issues, air issues, etc. The people are clearly oppressed as hell by the Iranian regime that's still in charge. No regime change. So it's like, I'm not sure what else they're expecting to happen here. It's like, sanction what? It's like you're sanctioning a country that's already basically worthless to a large degree when it comes to finances.
I mean, really, it's like saying we're going to put more sanctions against North Korea. It's quite literally the equivalent. It's like, what could we even put against a country that's been one of the most heavily sanctioned countries on the planet? What more do we have to throw at them? And there's nothing. I mean, if we add something, folks, it's going to be like 1,000 different sanctions on 1,000 different things that have no real economic value or impact. Like if we sanction folks, and I was kind of joking a little bit about saying that maybe we could sanction the importation of hamsters into Iran, but that's about the level that we're really at. We've sanctioned them in every single serious way. They're largely severed from most international financial institutions. Almost all of their international assets have been seized in the hundreds of billions of dollars and has been held for decades since the founding of the Islamic Republic 50 years ago. We have done everything in terms of severe sanctions that we can. And we still have nothing to work with at this point right now. Like, if we try and imagine, folks, some sort of a magical sanction that's going to bring Iran to its knees, that is only imaginary. That's not going to be a real impacting sanction. We have to impact, if we want to actually cause real damage, it has to be a new sanction of major worth or value that has not impacted Iran yet, of which there is largely none. So there is really no way to drive them to their knees economically, because every single administration since Reagan has tried to since the 80s, and none of them have been able to do that successfully. So why in the world would it be this one that would do that successfully? Mind you all, they just ended up botching the entire conflict. So how in the world do we believe that they're somehow going to successfully sanction the country into oblivion when they went into the conflict and basically got our ass beat by their own stupidity? I mean, that would be really hard to look at there. I would say their only option, folks, and this is the one that makes a lot of sense, is to go back to war with Iran, which apparently the administration just does not want to do for some reason, but it would be to go back to war with Iran and forcibly clear the Strait of Hormuz at any cost, even including a ground operation to take and hold the islands inside of the Strait of Hormuz if necessary, because if we do not do something to reopen that strait, the U.S. and the Western sphere is going to be economically screwed for decades, because the Iranians are going to choke us dry by stopping all of the oil from the Middle East from flowing to Europe, and the Europeans are not going to have anyone else to get oil from except for the United States or Russia. So that it will most likely be forcing the Europeans to start softening their position on the Russians, which in turn helps the Russians to economically recover, which in turn helps the Chinese to keep their ally alive in the north, thus making the Axis sphere stronger, and thus allowing both of those countries to further arm and support the Iranians to further cut us out or completely cut us out of the oil production that exists within the Middle East, ensuring that the United States in the end strategically will be left entirely on its own, as Europe will have to take a neutral route to access some sort of oil from the Middle East or Russia, and the United States simply does not have any way to produce or create the volume of oil that would be needed to keep the Western sphere rolling in that kind of a hypothetical scenario. So I hope that addresses that the best I can, at least in my opinion. But if y'all hear me sounding a little bit I guess you could say kind of on a soapbox or at the pulpit about this, it's because we are in a situation that is a do or die situation for the country. Extreme actions must be taken, which is the continuation of the war. Otherwise, we are going to be absolutely screwed. That's really the only outcome to this. So with that, moving us on out of that news and into the rest of what we have from the region, we have also been able to hear that the Russian Federation is still supplying the Islamic Republic of Iran via the Caspian Sea. According to a European government document that was obtained by NBC News, Russia is shipping explosives, drone components, and ammunition to Iran via the Caspian Sea to help Tehran rebuild its stockpiles damaged in strikes by the United States and Israel. So, once again, the Russian Federation is going out of its way to try and help the Islamic Republic of Iran to continue to rearm, to continue the conflict against the United States of America, and screw over the United States of America in the Middle East, because the Russian Federation is an enemy of the Republic, much like the Islamic Republic of Iran is.
I
You
wonder
could
why. I wonder why Ukraine isn't hitting those ships that are taking those components and those explosives down to Iran, because they hit one of those ships before, like they did it. It was like a one-off attack, and then after that they pretty much stopped. So it seems like they did like the U.S. a one-off favor, and then they kind of just pulled back a little bit to a large degree. So I'm not really sure why they stopped.
I don't really know why they stopped either. It might have been that the U.S. is still screwing them on not giving them Patriots, really. And so they decided, you know what, we're not going to help. We're just going to let whatever happens, happens, because it's not like it's changing their mindset. We're basically wasting drones and time to destroy munitions heading to Iran when the U.S. isn't really doing anything to help us in return. So why even waste the munitions? I think that might be their mindset as to why they're not doing that anymore. And once again, folks, as we've said for years, for an alliance for the Western sphere to work, the U.S. scratches others' back so that way they can scratch ours. It's not a one-way street, and I think that might be the reason why the Ukrainians have stopped their attacks, is because the U.S. is treating it like a one-way street with Ukraine, where Ukraine has to help us out, and in return we give them absolutely nothing. And in that kind of a situation, people are going to get up and walk off. They're not going to help you out. And that might be what the Ukrainians are doing, since the U.S. isn't willing to help out the state of Ukraine directly. But moving us on out of that news in the Caspian Sea, we also saw that Iraqi militias affiliated with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps have conducted another attack and have blown up a government building, most likely operated by the Kurds, within Sulaymaniyah inside of northern Iraq. This footage here actually shows the major fire burning at the government facility, and it does appear to be quite a significant bombing or attack that was conducted.
That's a very big one there. What city of Iraq did you say that was?
This is Sulaymaniyah, so this is, I think, southeast of Erbil by a little, by like 50 miles or so.
Okay, so heavy Kurdish area here.
Yeah, this is like the Kurdish semi-autonomous region and the Peshmerga. This is around where they're at.
Interesting.
So it's certainly an attack directly against the Kurds. But moving us on out of that clip and showing the damage that's occurred within northern Iraq, we also were able to hear that the Saudi Arabians are apparently taking an action against the UAE. Saudi Arabia has placed financial transfers to the UAE under enhanced anti-crime oversight, typically reserved for high-risk jurisdictions, sources told Reuters, leading to delays in returns on some cross-border payments. The reasoning why is because the Saudi insider described it as a subtle message coming as Saudi Arabia has accused the UAE of threatening its security by backing secessionist forces in Yemen and amid disagreements over how to respond to the Iran war. To give you all a little bit of an insight, the UAE and the Saudi Arabians are actually in a bit of a quiet rivalry. You don't really hear about it a lot in the United States because US news won't tell you a damn thing, but I'll tell you all a little bit about it. Saudi Arabia and the UAE are kind of jockeying to be the leader of the American security assurance sphere, or more so what we could call the free Middle Eastern world, in their own right, with the UAE trying in ways to build up its own power block in the region that would overpower Saudi Arabia's, and Saudi Arabia doing the same to the UAE. To show you all proof of this, I'll actually bring up two conflicts that are going on in the region: the Yemeni civil war and the Sudanese civil war. In the Sudanese civil war, the UAE actually supports the RSF, or the Reactionary Support Forces, which currently control the area in southwestern Sudan, which is surrounding al-Fashir. That's also the group that conducted the major massacre of around 60,000 people in, I think, less than 5 days, or basically a Holocaust to describe it, in al-Fashir a little while ago. The Saudi Arabians, on the other hand, actually support the Sudanese government against the RSF as a bit of a power jockeying against the UAE, and to stop the UAE from bringing in a pro-UAE government inside of Sudan. And the Yemeni civil war, up until recently, there were actually two different factions inside of Yemen that were, one controlled by Saudi Arabia and the other the UAE. One of them was the PLC, if I'm not mistaken, which was the one that was backed by Saudi Arabia. The other one was the Hadrami Elite Forces, which generally based and operated around Al-Makalla, which was operated, funded, and generally sponsored by the United Arab Emirates. It was around the time of the latter part of last year that the Saudi PRC, or PLC, conducted a rapid offensive against the Hadrami Elite Forces with direct Saudi armed support, and actually crushed the Hadrami Elite Forces as a faction in the Yemeni civil war, and thus consolidating the Republic of Yemen's government under a Saudi-aligned and led faction, which is now fighting the Houthis directly as a unitary force. So we understand that because of these sorts of developments and this sort of a, I guess you could say, foreign policy jockeying that both countries are doing, Saudi Arabia is now taking direct financial actions against the UAE to try and give them the message that they want the UAE to back off and stop trying to usurp the Saudi Arabians as the primary U.S. ally within the region, or generally the primary U.S. power broker within the region, or neutral broker, if we want to put it that way. So that's generally why these actions have been conducted by Saudi Arabia today, to give you all a little bit of a side story on what's been going on between the Saudi Arabians and the UAE, which, if you don't know about all of the stuff going on in the background between those two countries, this kind of a thing looks like it comes out of nowhere, when in reality this has been going on for about a decade at this point. We also were able to hear, moving us further south and into the Houthi lands, that the Yemeni Houthis did conduct another attack again today against another commercial ship within the Bab el-Mandeb. This image here actually shows the streak of one of those ballistic missiles being fired towards the Bab el-Mandeb and towards the commercial ship that was later hit. A UKMTO report did come out that a vessel had been hit multiple times within the Bab el-Mandeb, and the ship is considered a complete constructive loss. I don't know what the hell that means.
Yeah, really. It's like, what's the difference between a deconstructive loss or constructive loss? It's like, what is like it's constructive losses. It's like, what is it, like constructive criticism? It's like considered good or something. It's like, also, by the way, what's up with the naming changing on that port? Now they're saying Al Muka up there at the top. I thought it was Al Mocha.
I don't even know, man, because here on Google it's Mocha. It's literally just Mocha. But then on other maps, also I gotta say the name of Sanaa has changed so many times I can't even keep count. Do you remember that, Matthew, when it was spelled totally different? It was spelled SANN apostrophe A, and then it was spelled
Yeah.
SANA apostrophe A, and now it's just Sanaa that way.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I don't know why they keep changing the names in Yemen. Like, the names change weekly. So we just call Sanaa Sanaa. I think it's called Sana or something like that if we're being technical, but I call it Sana because that's the way it looks to be pronounced. And the port of Mocha is just Mocha. I don't know what the hell this all Mocha stuff is. Like, that is coming out of left field again. And to also give you all the direct report by the UK MTO really quickly to read their exact statement on the situation in the Bab el Mandeb. The UK MTO received a report of an incident 40 nautical miles southeast of Al Muka, Yemen, or Mocha, basically. Local authorities report a cargo ship being struck by multiple unknown projectiles. The cargo vessel was unmanned at the time of the incident. However, the damage has resulted in a complete constructive loss, so I guess the ship was built out of scaffolding or something. Authorities are investigating. Vessels are advised to transit with caution and report any suspicious activity to the UK MTO, which is basically the usual sign-off of the UK MTO's reports. But this is still showing that the Yemeni Houthis are still trying to conduct a reign of terror and scare vessels from passing through the Bab el Mandeb. Right now, this is alleged by the Houthis to only be directed at the Saudis, but we can see that shipping traffic is somewhat decreased through the area, as some vessels are considering the concern to be great that the Houthis may transition to a total blockade and may begin unsolicited attacks against all vessels of all nationalities within the area, and this has resulted in a decreased traffic through the Suez and longer transit times, as a large amount of vessels, seen here, are actually making the long and arduous voyage all the way around Africa, looping back around and then back into the Red Sea to be able to access Saudi ports. So that is currently the situation as it stands right now in the Houthi lands and also the Bab el Mandeb. And moving us on up, and for a brief update inside of southern Lebanon, the Israeli Defense Forces are just bombing Hezbollah as usual. There's not really a lot to report here. There was like freaking nukes going off in southern Yemen. They were dropping 2,000 pounders again on the Hezbollah forces within the area, and we also were able to get a little bit of brief footage showing these airstrikes within southern Lebanon in these two clips here. Now, I said they're basically dropping nukes. Listen to the sound of this thing. I mean, it almost sounds like one.
Damn.
Literally shivering the timbers in that clip. I mean, you can hear it. Also, here's another clip of one of the strikes.
Jeez, man. Yeah, that flash over that's insane.
I mean, they're certainly hitting the area with heavy ordnance, that's without a doubt. But that's usually Israel's modus operandi when it comes to fighting a war, is to just drop the largest bomb possible on any target. Weirdly enough, no sound on that one, though. No sound of an explosion. But moving us on out of that, that is all of the news, folks, that came out of the Middle East today. And I gotta say, folks, it is quite something. I think all of y'all can get the picture that it is quite something. I've seen a lot of y'all voicing great frustration in the chat, and I would certainly agree with y'all. Watching the U.S.'s handling of the situation in the Middle East right now is beyond infuriating. And while I would like to try, and we would both like to try and keep a neutral tone on the channel and just report stuff for what it is very hard, folks, considering that we actually care for the country, to report stuff with a poker face when it is clearly detrimental, or not, if not completely damaging to the United States of America in terms of its standing globally and also its strategic position for its own national security. It's very aggravating to watch. But before we get on out of the Middle East and on into the rest of our news, of which we have some in East Asia, the United States, and also Europe and the war in Ukraine to cover, I do want to say a humongous thanks to everybody who has been watching the show so far tonight. I've got to say, folks, it is an absolute honor and a pleasure to be able to run the stream for each and every single one of y'all, as Matthew and me put in our blood, sweat, and tears in a lot of ways into keeping this channel running every single day and making sure to be able to report the most accurate news as we can, keeping American and Western interests in mind. And I got to say that we're entirely honored to the 17.3 thousand people who are here at the peak and the 75,000 people who have watched in the first hour and 2 minutes. We are always appreciative of so many of y'all coming here and spending your time watching the show hours a day, most times, for a lot of people, to be able to get your scoop of the news of what's going on in the outside world that's not being covered by CNN and Fox, which is quite literally just all domestic politics and nothing but. And so before we move on into the rest of our news for the night, as a big thanks to everyone for watching so far, I actually want to take a brief pause for a moment to be able to get 3 questions from the chat and get to talk to some of y'all before we move on into the rest of the news that we have for the night. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so jumping to our first 3 super chats of the night, we're going to start off with our first one here, which goes to none other than Carlos Santiago. And thank you very much,
Hey!
Carlos, for one of the largest super chats of the night, a $100 support. And we do appreciate generous support very,
Hey!
very much, as always, from a channel legend, Carlos. He said, it's about time that NATO is stepping up. And now what has to be done is fortification of the Suwalki Gap between Lithuania and Poland and the Baltics. As for the Middle East, we have lost face with the Arab kingdoms. And now they want to create their own Islamic NATO. And what do you think?
I would have to say that I would agree. It is a very nice thing to see NATO is finally doing something. It is incredibly important for us to put a strong foot forward. And I would, and Matthew earlier said something that is true, that this could be panicking the Russians and believing we're about to attack. But I think, folks, as many presidents did, and also Matthew believes as well, that we have to escalate to de-escalate. There is no such thing as appeasement working. Appeasement doesn't work at a personal level or a national level. If we try and back off and let the Russians not feel threatened, that's only going to give them further room to conduct further provocations until they eventually attack us and invade us because of our deliberate and clear signs of weakness that we would have given at that point, militarily and politically, inside of the countries that are in NATO. We cannot allow for that to stand. We have to make sure to show the Russians that as much as they are willing and bloodthirsty for a conflict with NATO, we are as willing and bloodthirsty to completely crush the Russian armed forces and completely destroy their nation if necessary. That is the only sort of a standpoint that we can negotiate with the Russians on, is a position of mutually assured destruction. If Russia tries to invade NATO, we're going to counterattack and invade Russia. If they try and nuke NATO, we're going to nuke Russia. And it's only from that position of absolute unmoving strength and resilience that we can see that the Russians will most likely back off and decide that a conflict with NATO is going to be far too costly and is far too desperate of a gamble to make. So I would certainly agree with you, Carlos. That is a great move to see, and hopefully we'll also see that they start to conduct pre-preparations and pre-defenses of the Suwalki Gap and also other vital corridors and straits around NATO to ensure that the Russians cannot get the upper hand in any hypothetical scenario where a war may begin with them, which could be soon. Also, I would have to agree with you with the Middle East. We have largely not only lost face within the Middle East, we are currently in a face-losing operation globally that's being conducted by a president who clearly has no clue what he's doing at this point. Because in retaliation in East Asia of the South Koreans not joining us in the war with Iran, we are now deliberately decreasing our involvement with the Republic of Korea and making it appear that the Republic of Korea may be on its own if the North Koreans decided to attack them at some point in the future, largely inviting further conflict, war, and bloodshed within East Asia due to the personal vexation of the commander-in-chief. We're also seeing that within the Middle East, we're largely just going to declare victory and leave, although the Strait of Hormuz is not open, and we have achieved absolutely nothing in regards of war objectives against the Islamic Republic of Iran. And currently, we are still attempting to drive a wedge even farther between us and our allies in Europe and the NATO alliance, and also Canada as well, by threatening to annex the island of Greenland militarily, despite the protest of the native Greenlanders on the island, who unanimously have stated that they do not want to become a U.S. territory, and the Kingdom of Denmark as well, which the territory of Greenland is a crown territory of the Kingdom of Denmark, and they've made it incredibly clear they don't want to give it over to the United States either. So I would have to say it's not just a situation that's involving us in the Middle East where we're losing face. We're losing face quite literally everywhere around the world simultaneously right now. And at this point, folks, I'd have to honestly tell you, it's becoming so uniform how we keep screwing ourselves over that it's very hard not to say that it almost appears to be a deliberate action by particular people to try and put the United States in the weakest position that it possibly could be in. I mean, this isn't anything even imaginative. I can tell you all the direct causal effects that would lead to the United States largely being on its own and economically diminish from not only the actions in the Middle East, but in every single corner of the globe that we're involved in right now. And it's a very incredibly annoying, aggravating, and infuriating sort of a thing to watch going on at this point, quite literally in every major major theater in real time. But I do thank you greatly, though, for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And as far as the Middle Eastern countries wanting to create their own NATO, if they feel that they are in great enough danger that and the United States isn't really there to protect them, it's going to be pretty tough for them not to do that. I mean, if we're looking at it from a Middle Eastern perspective, that makes quite a great deal of sense for them to start creating a defensive alliance where they're entirely on their own. But you know, it's not really in the U.S.'s interest because they're going to start having collective bargaining power defensively outside of a U.S. framework, which is going to make them a lot more independent, and it would also make it easier for them to be influenced by the communist Chinese in the future and possibly start shifting away from the United States and towards China instead. So I'd have to say, from the Middle Eastern perspective, I definitely get where they're coming from, and if they feel they have to do that, they have to do that. But on a U.S. perspective, that is incredibly damaging, and if anything, we want to go out of our way to make the Middle East feel that they are safe and welcome and protected with the United States of America, because we get a great deal of benefits out making sure that the Middle Eastern oil flows west instead of east. But a huge thanks to you for that incredible support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our second support goes to none other than Joseph Carr. And thank you very much, Joseph, for the $100 support as well. And we do appreciate that very, very much, by the way. That's very generous of you. And Joseph said, let me get this straight. Before the war, Iran didn't control the Strait. Now they do. And how does this U.S. president justify starting the war with those results? And honestly, I don't think he started it with those results in mind. Obviously, he thought it was going to go much differently, I believe. I think he thought it was going to go like Venezuela, where you simply go down there, I guess you kidnap a leader or something like that, and then the war comes to an end after that. It's really not much of anything. It's really not even a war. So I think he thought Iran was going to go like that too. That if Israel and the U.S. Like together went in and took out the top Iranian leadership, then all of a sudden the rest of the country would fall like dominoes. But obviously it didn't happen like that, and that was also kind of a fool's errand to believe something like that. Iran's a totally different environment than Venezuela. So at this point, all he really can do is try to save face like he's doing right now. It's really all he can do. He could finish the war, but that's politically risky with the midterms coming up. Honestly, I say it's politically risky to do that, but at the same time, though, not finishing the war and leaving it in limbo, that could be as risky. Honestly, he really has no good options left, really. I mean, there's really not too many good ones.
Yeah, there's not really any good options left, and you know that's really because of his own doing. So you know, if he's concerned about how the elections are going to go, maybe he should have thought about that before he started the conflict with a half-assed plan. You know, that would honestly, folks, be my rebuttal to. Oh man, that might be risky for him. It's like at this point, everything's risky for him, and it's become extremely unpopular what's going on. I mean, everyone can see at this point. I mean, you and me, Matthew, also joke about, oh, look, another peace deal's coming this Sunday right before the markets open. It's literally every week at this point.
Yeah, it seems like it almost. It's just constant flip-flopping and stuff and just instability. And I don't think people like instability. People want stability. They want to have things where it's kind of predictable to a certain degree. Being unpredictable is not the edge that people think it is. It's really not. Because when you're unpredictable and even your friends can't understand what you're going for, I mean, that's not good.
Yeah, I would have to agree. It's not good at all. And also I saw the person say, how did they justify? Well, they justified it at the beginning by saying that it was going to be a wash. Well, not really a wash. It was going to be a sweep, we would call it, where they would win in 3 days. Which many of y'all will know that Vladimir Putin said the same thing when he invaded Ukraine, and they're still stuck there right now, 1,637 days later, which is a little bit over 4.5 years. It's getting towards 5 years. So the president of the United States apparently had this understanding that if they blew up Khamenei, and most of the top Iranian government officials, the nation will quite literally just dissolve. And that was apparently the plan at the get-go, and that's why there was absolutely no real plan beyond blowing up Khamenei, bombing Tehran a little bit, and then just working off of that. So once they got Khamenei, and then the entire Islamic regime operated independently without the central government, the whole plan fell into tatters because the idea was that if Khamenei got blown up, it'd be like a Hollywood movie where the whole government would dissolve, the movie ends, the credits roll, and, you know, you kiss or ride off into the sunset or something, and that doesn't happen in the real world. It never does. And so that's generally what they had as an idea of what they would be doing, and then in the long run, it turned out that we ended up getting screwed because a 3-day plan never works in reality. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're moving on into the rest of the news for the night.
All right, and the last one's going to go to none other than Joppy. And thank you very much, Joppy, for the $100 support as well, and a very
Hey!
generous once again, and we do appreciate that very much. And Joppy said, if you count more sanctions on Iran as a token gesture since they're ineffective, and what the administration has been doing to Europe most of the time, including failing stability in Hormuz, and the cozying up to the Axis powers, it's like the U.S. wants to be an Axis power.
I wouldn't say that's really out of the ballpark at this point. I mean, it's a little like I'll have to say, it's a little interesting to me that the president of the United States shits on every leader of an allied nation that exists. Like even people that were once kind of a little bit friendly with him, like the Prime Minister of Italy, Maloney, even goes out of the way to basically try and dog on them and diss on them. But when it comes to our enemies, though, Xi Jinping is of great respect and rapport. So is Putin, and so is Kim Jong-un, and so was Khomeini before he went and had him blown up in the 28th of February. It's like all of these people, for some odd reason, are great friends, have great rapport with the president. But all of our allied leaders, though, they just have none, and they're absolutely stupid idiots, according to him. It's a little interesting that way, I would have to say. Makes you wonder, but I'll just leave it at that, though. But I do thank you greatly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And if it wasn't for folks like you, this show wouldn't be on air and be able to report the news as we have for 1,637 days, every single day of the week. Also, whistling sound. What whistling sound?
There's just some like huge like whistling sound after you like finish your sentence there. Just like a huge whistle at the end of it. I'm not sure if that was a Discord problem or what that was, but it was loud as hell.
I think there was a Discord problem because I didn't have any whistling noise on my end. And I was like, whistling noise? What the hell are you talking about? but man, but beyond that, though, a humongous thanks to you, though, for that incredible support once again, Joppy. I hope we addressed that incredibly well. And with that, folks, it is now time for us to move on out of the Middle East and on towards Ukraine, but we're actually going to be traveling east to get to Ukraine. So we're going to go all the way around the globe and then make our way back into Europe and then start covering the news from the war in Ukraine. So moving us on further east, we have been able to hear that apparently, according to some reports that came out today, the president is apparently pushing aids for a meeting as soon as this fall with the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un again. There's been talk of a gathering around president's possible next Asia swing to attend the APEC summit in China. No planning is officially underway, but apparently, according to some U.S. officials who were privy to the matter and anonymously reported this to the press, the president is currently working on trying to meet with Kim Jong-un. Why? No clue at all. Did the first meeting result in anything beneficial? No. So what is the second meeting for? I have absolutely no clue. And apparently it would be held in Beijing as well, from what we're hearing. So I gotta be honest with y'all, folks. I have no clue what the hell is going on with that, but hey, it's always great. We can always visit an enemy of the Republic, but we can never visit an allied nation. Kind of odd, but we also were able to hear as well that within the area of Guam, the U.S. Army is actually preparing to stand up a new Patriot air defense battalion in Guam to add another layer of defense to the island. To explain it without reading the wall of text that OSINT Defender succinctly wrote, which actually describes the situation quite well, the island of Guam is one of the most strategically important locations that exists right now in the whole of the Pacific. In short, it's basically the new Pearl Harbor. There are significant military bases for the United States Navy, the United States Marines, the United States Air Force, and to some extent, I believe the United States Army has a limited amount of forces here as well. But in short, it serves as a resupply hub and air defense power projection location for the United States Armed Forces in the Western Pacific. So generally right now, with the line of defense that we have the island defense chain, which comprises of South Korea, Japan, its islands that go all the way down to Taiwan in a way, the Philippines, and then also a U.S. Navy cover of the area here to the near to the Strait of Malacca next to Singapore. This should be enough to stop the Chinese Navy from breaking out into the open sea. However, if the Chinese break out into the open sea and somehow make it beyond the island defense chain, the only other line of defense that we have within any practical geographic location near to East Asia is Guam. and it's basically just Guam. So Guam would have to be the second in entire line of defense against a Chinese war against the United States of America, or an attempt to take Taiwan. So this island is quite important for that reason, and it is also quite important because it is one of the only facilities in the entirety of the world, and especially within the Western Pacific, that can actually rearm vertical launch cells or vertical launch systems on board the Arleigh Burke-class destroyers and the Ticonderoga cruisers. To describe this really quickly, let me go pull up an Arleigh Burke so that way you can see one of these here. Let me see here. Let me go get the weapon system, the vertical launch system, so that way I can show it to y'all. Do they have it for us to show? Yes, they do. So this is the Mark 41 vertical launching system, and this is a standard system on almost every single U.S. warship in the present day, save for aircraft carriers and submarines. These vertical launch systems allow for us to be able to stack vertically, side by side, a humongous amount of air defense missiles, particularly of the SM-2 or the SM-3 variety in the modern day. This allows for the destroyers to be able to provide air cover for our aircraft carriers, which our aircraft carriers then in turn are also able to attack land targets or to conduct anti-ship attacks against other vessels. These also can carry other missiles as well, including Tomahawk cruise missiles and others, but generally in most courses of events, these carry air defense missiles. These can only be rearmed in particular ways. We actually have been able to make in recent times a reloading cradle that can be loaded onto the ship, and then we can use it to take an SM-2, plop it into the cradle, and then the cradle will slowly lower it down into this VLS cell. It is a painfully slow way to rearm the system, but it is the only way that we have to rearm these systems at sea while a ship is underway. The only other way to do it is to go into port at Guam. This is the only way to do it in the Pacific, at least. Go into port at Guam and have a specialized crane system at the port reload the VLS, which is a lot faster in terms of turnaround time or reload time than trying to conduct it underway with the cradle. So Guam is very important for that reason. If the Chinese were able to conduct some sort of a first strike on Guam and knock out that VLS loader dock, we would see that most of the destroyers within the Pacific would have to go through the slow and arduous process of reloading the VLSs via cradle, which is so damn slow that our firepower abilities would decrease significantly by a major percentage or a major percentile, meaning that our volume of fire would be quite lower as a result, and this would also mean that carriers would only be able to stay on station near to the conflict zones for limited periods of time before the destroyers ran out of air defenses and the entire carrier strike group had to withdraw to a safe location for the destroyers to go through the lengthy process of rearming or reloading their VLS cells and being replenished at sea. So this is a pretty significant issue right now, and that's also why they're creating this Patriot battery to provide more air defenses, so that way if a Chinese submarine is sitting off the coast, maybe 100 miles away or less, and they start firing off cruise missiles at Guam, we will have enough air defenses there to be able to defend against that first attack, and then hopefully send out maritime patrol assets to locate the submarines or the vessels and attempt to destroy them or engage them to make them retreat from the island and keep our U.S. forces in the region secure. So that whole rabbit hole out of the way, Matthew said it's a wabbit hole. I gotta ask, folks, is this rabbit hole beneficial to y'all? Because I feel like explaining this all is very important. I don't want to go down needless rabbit holes, but I feel like this one is very important for the understanding of...
It's beneficial. It's just getting really lengthy. That's the only thing about it.
Man, I gotta say, man, I gotta put out these rabbit holes because it's important. It's plot developments for later. You know, like when we get to chapter 7 in the book and the Chinese attack us, this kind of stuff laid out in chapter 5 is very important for what comes in chapter 7. But moving us on, chapter 7, bankruptcy. But anyways, moving us on from that and on out of the Western Pacific, we've also been able to hear some interesting developments within the United States of America, as we were able to hear within Washington, D.C. today that the United States Department of Defense is once again working to try and get even more munitions. Today, we have now been able to hear that the U.S. Army has requested 133,014 GMLRS rockets, including unitary warhead, alternative warhead, and extended range variants. Tell me that we have not run out of munitions and that we're also trying to get ready for another war without telling me, and this would be the way to do it. According to a procurement notice, contractors have until September 1st to submit their proposals. The request covers 2028 to 2034, so it is quite a lengthy period of time. It's quite literally the entire time that the Chinese invasion window of Taiwan exists, and calls for the production of 19,002 rockets annually over the 7-year period. Last year, Lockheed Martin said it was increasing GMLRS mass production to 14,000 rounds per year. For comparison, the U.S. Army had received a total of 75,000 GMLRS rockets between the start of mass production in 2004 and 2024, meaning that they're going to be producing almost twice the volume over the course of a 7-year period that the U.S. Army had received in total over an entire 20-year period. So that's clearly showing us that, one, GMLRS stocks are running quite low, although these were not used heavily against Iran. They are running quite low along with all of our other munition stocks, and it's also showing us that they're trying to have produced a far larger number annually, which is showing that it's someplace somewhere, folks, in the Pentagon is putting out an understanding that there is a war that is certainly coming around the corner somewhere in the world that we're expecting to fight. Which one is that? Who knows? It could be another conflict with the Iranians, it could be a war in Europe against the Russians, or it could be a conflict directly against China over Taiwan, considering the fact that the 7-year period basically exists the entire time that China might invade Taiwan, which would be 2028 to 2032. But moving us on out of that bit of news in the United States of America, it's now time for us, folks, to move on over and back into Europe. It's time for us to get back into safe waters, the part of the world where things don't really seem to be going wrong all the time, and usually things are going somewhat decently over here. So it's time for us to finally enter those calmer waters, folks, of news coverage, where we can actually sit back and have a laugh. But anyways, moving us on from that, the French Republic has taken an action today against the Islamic Republic of Iran, as France will now expel 2 Iranian diplomats in the coming day after 2 French embassy staff in Tehran were detained and allegedly intimidated in July by the Iranian government. So the French are finally snapping back.
I guess they're finally doing something. I guess they threw it in forward, they threw it in drive this time instead of reverse. That's a good sign.
Man, you know what happened, man, in Iran when those diplomats got taken? The Iranians said, "Now, are you looking for the Americans? Talk." And the French said, "Oh, I have nothing to say to you." And then the Iranians said, "All right, I see we have to do this the hard way, Habibi. Bring in the baguette." No, man, like it's like, don't break
Man.
it.
I like to see the French taking the initiative instead of throwing it back all the time.
Man, real, man, real, man. It looks like the French are going to be getting back to business. They're still busy, folks, generally running their not colonial empire in West Africa. But apparently they're now running a side operation of trying to get back at the Iranians for the diplomatic scandal that happened in July. So finally came around. It was about a month in the works, but looks like they finally got it. So moving us on out of the French Republic, we've also been able to hear of some very interesting developments that have been evolving within the Russian Federation today. So it's time, Matthew, to start cooking up them poles, rev up those fryers, because we've got some stuff to cover here in Russia. Y'all know how we were talking about that drone attack that hit the Moscow area, but also was going towards a large amount of other directions. Right now, we have not seen a lot of direct impacts in most regions of Russia, including Crimea, which was one of the areas being most heavily attacked. But one thing that we have seen, though, is that it does appear that there was another attack on a warehouse somewhere within Obukovo, which is in the Moscow Oblast. And actually, I think that's
Isn't that a duplicate? I think that's a duplicate.
It is a duplicate clip. But Obukovo is all the way out here, though. It's bizarre. Anyways, we'll get rid of that one. So moving us on into central Moscow, it's time for us folks to get into some news. Some real news. Big news. Fuel. Gasoline. Something that many people are noticing that the world is kind of running a little low on, but particularly in Russia. While the gas prices are rising here in America, and the gallon of gas is once again costing me about $5 at the pump, oh boy, we have been able to know that the Russians have been in a much worse situation for a much longer time. And a lot of places in Russia where the gas price is not subsidized and there isn't any rationing regimens, gas per gallon has reached about $12 to $15 in some places, like Crimea, for example, which is far above the U.S. price that we're even paying for gas here in the States. One thing that's particularly interesting about that, though, is that the fuel shortage is coming back around with a vengeance on the Russians, and it is looking nasty. Let me show you all the map. This is the map. Everywhere in red has a severe fuel shortage, meaning there's basically nothing left. Everywhere in yellow is having a partial shortage, meaning that over 50% of the gas stations don't have a single drop of gas or diesel in them. Take a look at this map and just soak it in for a minute. This is the whole of Russia. It's not good, Bliet. It's not good at all. It's quite bad. It's not good. They're running low. And from what we understand, folks, the Moscow area, the Moskovskaya area, which is the Moscow Oblast in Russia, is running particularly low. From what we understand, because of the Kobotny refinery attack, the city of Moscow is basically without any fuel. And because of that, we're starting to see fuel queues popping up in the city. Let's take a look. Ah, yes. The classic fuel line.
You gotta love it.
You've got to love it, Bliet. It's a beautiful thing, a part of Russian culture. If you saw yesterday, folks, the short war video that I put out, you would actually see Russians over here on the right waiting for gas, while on the left, the Koladino warehouse continued to burn to the ground.
Go in.
Also, we'll have to mute that because they got them trap beats in this clip. But quite a day for gas. You know, folks, I've heard that the Russians are not only running out of gas, but they've also run out of ass. Very sad sort of a thing to undergo there. Critical shortages in every sense. We also were able to hear that in Moscow today, well, actually yesterday, you know, I got to give you all an update here, folks. I got to give you all an update. Matthew, you remember that little fella? That little guy who came out a couple of days ago and he said that the Russians are basically defeated. You remember that? That Klepot guy?
I do remember that. Yeah, I do.
What do you think happened to Klepot?
Oh, let me guess. Let's see here. A white van showed up. They put him in there, put a bag on his head. They brought him to a mental facility and say he needed a lobotomy. And then they unfortunately had to put him in the padded room or something. Is that what happened?
Man, you're actually like super close to that. They fired him. They literally fired him.
Oh, well then.
Andrei Klepot, who is the chief economist at Russia's state development bank, Veb.rf, has been fired after his assessment that the Russians were going to lose the war because of the economic conditions on the home front. You cannot make this stuff up, folks. He was literally fired within 36 hours of the statement coming out. That is, and by the way, folks, that's the reason why when the statement came out at all, we covered it as a major headline topic, because any dissent in Russia is immediately crushed. And this guy literally got crushed within about a day and a half of putting out the statement as a official and analyst for the Russian state bank. So this ought to be clearly showing y'all folks that not only is the statement true, because they got rid of him for it, but they also don't allow any dissenting voices at all. So when we do hear a dissenting voice, like his, we have to cover it as a headline thing, because it's very rare to see them even make a statement like that. And then they also usually get thrown out of a window, go to insane asylum, or get fired like this guy did, literally within usually the day or the next day after the statement was made. We have also been able to hear that in Moscow, there appears to be a little bit of a problem that they're having with the United Kingdom. As many of y'all will know, the British are openly providing the state of Ukraine with the Nyan drone, a jet-powered drone of cheap sorts that is quite nice looking, actually. Let me see if I can go pull up this Nyan drone for all of y'all. It's Nyan colored, see? Oh, here it is. Actually, this is a pretty baller picture right here, but look at that, man. They got the Union Jack next to this little Nyan. That's pretty cool, actually.
That does look pretty neat right there. That little Nyan cat drone, you gotta love it.
Man, meanwhile in Britain, someone put up a post on Twitter, I think this drone is stupid. And then the British police...
You committed slander against His Majesty. You should go to the pen for 5 years. No bread, no water.
Man, you just see Keir Starmer coming in a whole knight's outfit. You smoking great slander against His Majesty's government. Send him to prison and make sure that we lobotomize him where he doesn't dream when he sleeps.
We shall withhold dental care from this man while he's in custody.
Man, no, man, they look at his teeth. You've been whitening. We see you've been becoming American. We have just the thing for you. And it's a whole bunch of, like, damn McVitties. Like, the chocolate ones. He's like, no! We'll turn you British one way or another. Feed him, bailiff.
Honestly, I don't think the dude getting thrown in the king's prison is going to be too offended by the fact that dental care is being withheld. I don't think he's going to get too offended by that.
No, not really. I also saw a lot of people say they replaced Starmer. They did replace Starmer, but still, he's the butt of jokes because we don't know enough about the new guy yet to make some jokes on him, but we know plenty about Starmer. The jokes are endless there. But beyond that, though, the British have been providing the Nyan drones publicly to the state of Ukraine, and the Russians have gotten back to trying to give threats to the UK, which is apparently their favorite country to issue threats to. Britain says it will continue supplying Ukraine with military equipment, despite the Russians warning of consequences, following reports that British-built drones were used in Ukrainian deep strikes inside of Russia. Russia's embassy accused London of escalating its involvement, and said it would pay a higher price. UK Minister Lillian Greenwood responded that Britain remains completely steadfast and will keep providing Ukraine with equipment it needs. So they said, kiss
We
our
will
ass.
not tolerate all the intimidation from the opposition powers inside the Putin regime.
Man, let me go get this here really quick. Man, right now, man, the Prime Minister's office in 10 Downing Street. Yes, sir? You called? Oh, yes, I did. Yes, I did. I need you to go to Putin and arrest him for hate speech. Like, immediately. Aye, Captain, on it.
I tell you, man, they love to arrest in Britain. They love to arrest.
Man, you know, in Britain, folks, I heard if you breathe the wrong way these days, they'll slap some cuffs on you. Like, they do it kind of polite, like, I will say that. I mean, they're not like, get on the ground or anything like that. They will put them on you politely, but they will slap them cuffs on quick, apparently. Even saying this here in the States will probably get the cuffs put on us. But anyways, outside of that, though, the British are not going back down to Russian threats, which I will give them credit for that. I love to see that they will stand on their own against the Russians, even if the Russians are putting out threats as goofy as that one. Because, you know, it's like, well, you know, it's like the Russians are providing weapons to Iran, so it's kind of a little bit even Stevens at this point, you know, even if we were to look at it at a point of, is it fair or not? It is fair. So the Russians can get bent. We also were able to hear that the Wildberries company, or at least some people who may be operating trailers with the Wildberries branding, are apparently starting to remove the logos of the Wildberries company off the side of their trucks, returning them back to their normal white color.
Yes, that's not going to help at all because it turns out Ukraine's hitting any truck that looks like it's heading to a warehouse. So I don't think it's going to help.
I don't think it's going to help, but it doesn't stop them from trying. I guess you could say the logo stripping business is good these days in Russia.
They just keep a little PDF, like a little printout on the front window. I would take that out of the window too.
Honestly, I take that clean out of the way. Man, Ukrainian FPV is going to fly up right into that windshield. Go, wildberries. Oh, nice, perfect target. Like and smash right into it. We also were able to hear that apparently the Russians are still considering shutting down the borders. According to the Atesh partisan unit, they put out another report today showing that the Russians are very much considering that they are going to shut down the borders and start mass mobilization to save us the reading, because it's not laborious or anything. It's largely just repeating what we've been hearing from European intelligence. The Atesh is largely repeating the same thing, that Russia is getting ready for either a full mobilization or at least a border shutdown nationwide. So moving us on out of that bit of news, we also were able to hear that as of today, gas is only available at 28% of the gas stations in Russia. So right now, you're running roughly a 1 in 4 chance that the gas station you pull up to is going to be open. The other 3 out of the 4 chance is that they're completely closed and they have literally nothing to sell you. A week earlier, the figure stood at 41%. And Russia is facing quite a severe crisis. As we can see here in Moscow, those local gas stations are slam-packed.
They are desperate for some fuel. They need some fuel bad. They need some fuel bad, but they can't really find it. And then when they find it, they can't afford it.
Oh man, I need some gas. Oh man.
Oh man is right.
Man, I tell
Oh
you,
man, hanging around those truck stops. Oh man.
tough times for the Russians these days. Tough times, I tell you. We also were able to hear, not only inside of Moscow, but further on south and towards the port of Novorossiysk, that the poor Russians, oh, those poor Russians in Novorossiysk, they aren't exporting a drop. Russian crude loadings at Novorossiysk has dropped to 0 in the week ending on August 16th, which was this last week. The terminal handled 3 tankers the previous week and 4 2 weeks earlier, while loading 6 to 8 per week a month ago. Across Russian terminals, 31 tankers loaded crude during the last week, down from 33 and 35 in the preceding 2 weeks. So the amount of ships that are loading up with oil and making their way on out into the world to sell the Russian oil are decreasing with each and every single day. And it's rather a tragedy, you know, when you think about it, folks, because if you think about it real proper like, that means that they're making less money. And when they're making less money, the Russian government gets less taxes. And when they get less taxes, that means it becomes harder to pay for the war, which in turn requires them to find more money, which they are getting less and less of, thus making the deficit between what they're spending and what they have less and less. GeForce reward. No, thank you. I'm going to have to turn that off because I don't know why that started the pop-up, but it's quite annoying. But the Russian... Oh, it was a pop-up on my screen.
Oh.
It keeps popping
I
up.
was like, I was like, what the hell? I was like, it was going totally normal for a minute. They said something about GeForce popped up something. I couldn't see it on my end, so I didn't know what you were talking about.
I tell you, man, those damn Nvidia notices of hot games in my area. It's like I already have a game to play. Thank you. It's Hell Let Loose Vietnam. Quite a blast, really. Quite a fun game. But anyways, moving us on out of that whole deal inside of Novorossiysk, it also appears the Ukrainians are working incredibly hard out there near the Bay of Novorossiysk as they hit a great tanker called the Skiros today near the port of Novorossiysk. Let's take a gander. There's the boat. That's actually quite a large one right there.
This is like that view though. Oh, dang. This is like that view those Somali pirates had, the Maersk, Alabama, before that, before Tom Hanks ran out on the deck and was like, throw in the water cannons.
You know, man, that movie, man. Oh my God, man, they literally got an email even in the movie. Hey, you might want to keep this far away from the coast because there's like Somali pirates like thick as thieves. And then the captain went, whatever, we'll just go right through it. And then they're like, oh my God, Somali pirates, who would have ever thought?
I was just shocked. I was shocked that that they let Forrest Gump pilot the boat. I was like, when he ran out on the deck, was like, pull out a water cannon. So like, that's Forrest Gump. That's not Tom Hanks. That's Forrest Gump.
Lieutenant Dan, they're coming close. Turn on the water cannons.
That don't look like Jimmy.
Oh man, Lieutenant Dan, they're getting on board. We're in some trouble. Oh man, but anyways, moving us on from the Skiros out there near Novorossiysk, which kind of did get blown up in that Somali pirate POV. It's time for us to move on over into Crimea, as we were able to hear that there were 2 attacks in Crimea yesterday. There was a fire at the Pataria aircraft repair plant, which we saw in this clip right here. Down near the Harvitsky airfield, just a little south of it near Simferopol, there was another target that got hit and cooked.
Oh, they're cooking them good. They're cooking them better than an air fryer. I tell you, when you put the little stuff in the air fryer, food.
What else would you put in an air fryer?
I mean, you could put fries in there.
You know, honestly, man, I was thinking here. What if you put, and you hear me out on this one, all right? What if you put just a whole vat of lard in an air fryer? What would happen to it?
Well, something I've never understood. It's like they say that here's an air fryer. It's like how do you fry the air? It's like, how's the air frying something? I thought you had to have oil for that. Isn't that just another word for an oven?
Seems to me. Like, it seems to me like
look at this brand new air fryer. It fries your food with air. It's like, that's a damn oven.
Man, honestly, when you think about it, it's basically a tiny, like, little oven, like a Dutch oven, kind of, when you think of it. It's like, let's see, I'm trying to see if anyone will describe this here where it might make sense, because honestly, folks, I've never had an air fryer and I don't really know how they work, but I feel like it kind of is just an oven, like a little oven. But anyways, moving us on out of that, we were able to hear that the village, near the village Akluchi in the Simferopol district, there was also a powerful fire around a gas distribution station, Blade. So we do understand that the Ukrainians also hit a gas distribution station, and therefore gas no longer distributed, Blade. So moving us on out of that, it's now time for us to move on out of Crimea and on into the state of Ukraine and the war in Ukraine, which has been boiling on throughout this day. But before we get to that, though, before we get to the war in Ukraine, we do have to circle back to yesterday, because today is the past 48 hours of news. So I have to bring y'all to major events that happened yesterday in Moldova. As many of y'all will know, this will not be the first time that we've reported that Moldova has been hit by anything on air, but it is the first time that we are going to be reporting that a Russian jet-powered cruise missile drone made it into Moldova and also blew up close to their capital. According to information that we have from the Ukrainian air defenses, they stated that the missile disappeared over Moldova, 34 kilometers from the border with Ukraine, and before disappearing, it dropped from 300 meters in altitude to 150 above the ground, and it's possible that it had hit the territory of the country when the Ukrainian air defense report came out that there was a likely hit on the Moldovan territory. Closer to the capital of Chisinau, or however the hell that's pronounced, I'm an American, folks. I try my best to pronounce foreign locations, but we don't get taught that stuff in school. They literally don't teach us squat in school. We were able to see that the drone did, in fact, explode and impact on the territory of Moldova. And these pictures, which were released, like some sort of an SCP brief from the Moldovan police, actually showed the cornfield that caught on fire in the aftermath, and also the debris field of this Banderol drone cruise missile, which we can see here. I'm not gonna lie, these pictures have like a found footage, kind of like a true crime documentary sort of a feel to them. I mean, not to minimize what's going on here, but it just, I don't know. Like, the Moldovan police are using some old cameras, I'll tell you.
I would say.
I would definitely say so, Blee. It is very much so. This is the missile that actually impacted Moldova. This little Banderol Russian cruise missile. It's basically a drone, but it's been souped up enough that it's almost become a small cruise missile in a sense. The payload is not large, though. It's only a 50-kilogram payload that's fairly light when it comes to munitions, weapons, and other kinds of guided ordnance, but it is still something. These are largely launched from Iranian drones, but in the future, the Russians are planning on possibly finding a way to launch these from Mi-28 helicopters. Kind of a little dumb, if you ask me, to fire a cruise missile from a helicopter. It's like, at that point, why not just fire it from a truck on the ground, you know? Seems cheaper to me, but apparently they want to fire these things off of a helicopter, so, you know, Russia doing Russia shit. But beyond that, though, this thing did explode near to the capital of Moldova, and it does appear that the Moldovans were continuing to investigate the incident, according to other reports from Geo Insider. During this time, aircraft had to be put on hold near to the area of the Chisinau airport as they were preparing to land, because of the threat that there could be munitions flying towards the airport, into the capital, or exploding nearby. And so 2 aircraft were actually put into a holding pattern and were told to wait for their permission to be able to land at the airport. So moving us on out of that little report of that situation, a lot of people are actually talking about the Atesh Partisan report that came out today, that Russia is preparing to close down their borders and possibly declare a full military mobilization. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that right now? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so we are getting reports today that apparently, at least allegedly, according to Atesh sources, apparently when military-aged young males try to go to the airport to leave the country and leave Russia to go somewhere else for a vacation or whatever they're trying to go do, apparently they're being pulled aside for extra screening, which apparently makes no sense and it's not necessary, simply to make them miss their flights so that way they can't leave the country. So they're not trying to make it very obvious what they're doing, but obviously there is an end goal here. It looks like they're trying to prevent people from leaving the country of military age, which has a lot of people saying that maybe mobilization is right around the corner, and that's why they're doing that. So it looks like 80% of the audience said Russian mobilization is 100% imminent at this point, while about 9% said I'm still 50-50 on this one, and about 6% said Russian mobilization is not imminent, and simply it's not the case. And I still believe that after the Russian elections, I think Putin will enact a mobilization. I'm still believing that personally. I know some people have cooled off on that idea a little bit. They're like, maybe he won't mobilize after all. Putin's saying he won't, etc. But, to take Putin's word on that is pretty foolish, in my opinion. I think that you can't take his word on pretty much anything. So I think the mobilization is imminent. I'm with 80%. I think it's going to probably happen, almost certainly. And that's my opinion on the matter. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would be with the 80% as well. I think that Russia mobilization is coming around the corner, and it is fairly likely that it's going to be happening probably sometime this fall. We do know that the fall conscription is coming around, which is a standard sort of a thing. It happens biannually in the fall and spring, I believe in October and April. But I have a feeling that this one's not going to be the normal mobilization round of 400,000 to 500,000 people. It's probably going to be a full mobilization declaration, possibly, because with the Russian manpower situation as bad as it is, and also the fact that the Russian economy can only hang on for so much longer, the Russians are probably going to be trying to find desperate solutions to be able to end the war quickly. And one of the ways they might be thinking they can do that is just by throwing as many people into Ukraine and trying to conduct endless offensives as much as they can, and hopefully they'll eventually break the Ukrainians and they'll be able to secure a victory from their point of view. So I would be with the 79 to 80%. I think that it is 100% imminent, and I think that it's going to be coming at some point around the corner. So moving us on from that and on into the state of Ukraine. To cover a little something really quickly, I didn't put it down on the map, but I thought I'd just quickly tell y'all. Apparently now Mikhailo Fedorov, who was the former Minister of Defense that had to be removed because of a spat between him and Oleksandr Syrskyi, which Syrskyi also got removed as well and replaced by Tripati. Now Mikhail Fedorov, after seeing that Syrskyi was removed, and he's still demanding for his position back as Minister of Defense, now he's saying that Ukraine must hold elections. I just wanted to throw that one out there really quickly because I didn't want to cover that tonight, but honestly, thinking about it, it's something I think we had to point out. They had to hold elections. It's constitutionally impossible for the state of Ukraine to hold elections. And now this Fedorov guy, who clearly knows that, is going to start demanding for elections in Ukraine because he's an embittered or disgruntled employee that got removed from his position by the government because he was too hard-headed for his own good, is what I'd assume. Because seeing how damn pig-headed he is in the public, imagine how damn pig-headed he was as the Minister of Defense. I mean, damn. It's like, no wonder Syrskyi and him got in a fight. This guy literally won't drop shit for nothing. And so now he's saying that there needs to be elections in Ukraine. I would say, honestly, folks, this Fedorov guy is no good business. And this kind of stuff, even again today, once again prioritizing his own personal interest over the stability of the state and also the ongoing war effort against the Russian Federation. So moving us on out of that bit of news, we also were able to hear yesterday that the commander of the logistics was also replaced by Zelensky, as he has now replaced the commander of the logistics and has appointed Volodymyr Karpenko, Yuri Pohormini to replace Volodymyr Karpenko as the chief of logistics forces. Zelensky also instructed to prepare personnel decisions based on the proposals of Mikhailo Tripati, who is now the new commander-in-chief of the Ukrainian Armed Forces. So that is what we understand to be the situation at that moment in the Ukrainian government. And additionally, we have also been able to see within our location unknowns some other interesting developments that have occurred throughout the course of this day. For one, the Flamingo, or the Firepoint Company, has actually unveiled a little, I guess you could say, like, model of the FP7 and the FP9 right here at this little arms expo. But they're just large plastic shells. There's really nothing there, but it is kind of neat. We also were able to see in another location unknown that the Ukrainians actually saw one of their unmanned ground vehicles get attacked by a Russian FPV drone. The FPV drone didn't explode, and then the Ukrainians had to get the Russian FPV off of the UGV and then remotely detonate it using a sapper team, or more so an EOD team. So you actually see the camera of the drone right here as it's traveling down the road. And here we can see the ambush drone now taking off and flying in, hitting the UGV, and landing on top of it without blowing up, which poses a problem. They really can't deliver the supplies to the frontline unit because now there is a bomb attached to the thing with an active camera, and the Russians will be able to see exactly where this Ukrainian position is, and they will also possibly be able to try and find a way to blow up the drone right there on top of the Ukrainian troops. So what they had to do is turn the entire UGV around with all the supplies on board and the drone, and then bring it back to the original logistics team that dispatched the UGV. You see another UGV passing by it right there.
Oh, look at that guy who's opening the door like with the porthole on it. Like, what is this coming up, Bliet?
He said, "Oh damn, there's a bomb on it." There's literally a big bomb sitting on top of the UGV. So now
There it goes. Look at that. This thing's off-roading like crazy. Look at it. That is so cool. They can just send those things out with supplies on it.
And now we see the EOD team lifting off the Russian FPV drone, the fiber optic FPV, placing it near to the UGV, upside down.
Is that standard EOD procedure just to pick it up with your bare hands, no gloves or anything?
Man, he didn't even have, like, the bomb suit on, dude. He just said, what the fuck?
Honestly, he was dealing with that pretty nonchalant.
Yeah, bro. Honestly, man, that's not an EOD team, dude. That's literally just the guys in the logistics outpost. They said, damn, there's a bomb on it. And then one of them just went, well, took off his helmet, put on a little EOD cap that says EOD team on it. EOD team's here. Let's take care of it. And then he just went out there, just slowly lifted it off of the UGV. I mean, look at this, man. It's like, honestly, man, it's just like, you know, some dudes having to do it. Like, he just slowly lifts the bomb off of it and places it next to the UGV. And then they blow it up.
Notice the technique, though. He had a certain angle. He was keeping it up, of course, you know, expertise. I don't think these guys are EOD.
I don't think they are, man. Look at this guy. Right? He's like, well, he's like, man, another day.
That look on his face is like he just realized what it was. Like, oh shit, is that actually a bomb right there? It's like, yeah, that's a bomb you just picked up and just put it on the ground.
Man, I don't even think it was him. It looks. Wait, was it him? Yeah, it was.
I think
dude,
it is.
So he lifted it off, and I guess that was his look of, damn, that was a bomb. Crazy.
I would say that's insane.
And then they blew it up. And now coast is clear. UGV goes back on its way towards the outpost. Really interesting clip showing a little bit of the logistics forces in the back lines that keep the entire front running for the state of Ukraine, and also their UGVs at work. Really cool stuff. You rarely ever see that sort of a thing these days. We also got to see the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours. And holy moly!
7 Bobcats again? Like, what in the world? They must be hitting some dealerships or something. I tell you, that's a lot of Bobcats right there. A lucky 7, they call it. Yes, sir, lucky 7. But tell us more.
Man, call this thing an assembly line, the way the Ukrainians be, like, building them up and then putting them down. I tell you, I mean, something else right there. But according to Miss DC, keeper of the records, an overall average day, except for plus 19 ground robotic complexes, which is tied as the highest daily loss, not shown, but should be added to the graphic. Kyiv Independent, please take note and add that to the graphic. We beg of you. We've been using this one the whole war. We would love to see the UGVs added. Y'all added submarines. Please do add the UGVs. It would be great to see it. And special equipment is hot lately, and I definitely agree. And over the course of the past 24 hours, we've actually seen that 1,210 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed, along with 7 APCs, 443 supply trucks, 2 main battle tanks, 55 artillery pieces, 1,962 drones, 3 MLRSs, 5 anti-aircraft systems, and 7 Bobcat skid steers. All in all, a very good day, and a good thing to see that the armed forces of Ukraine are continuing to inflict high losses onto the Russian armed forces. While all that was going on in the casualty report, we also got to see where the casualties came from, as Russian forces were getting hit by the Yasny Ochi unit of the Rug Regiment of the Khartia Corps, which is the 14th Khartia Corps. And we can see here them hitting a basement. A boom. Russians running through woods. Boom. That man was running like Shaggy. I mean, like from Scooby-Doo at the end. Like, Zoink Scoob, there's a drone. Raggy, look at him. Man, it's like, damn, he was
He's running like he's running like the mystery was never solved. He's just going to get out of there before he solves it.
Like, Zoink Scoob, we gotta get out of here. Ruh, Raggy.
Roll, Raggy, desertion.
Oh man, I wish I could do the real one. Like I can't do it. Oh man, now I'm busting up thinking about the original one. But anyways, we can see them continuing to hit Russian forces here. Look at them, it's beautiful.
Like Zong Scoob, we got like flying bombs flying toward our bunker. Roll, Raggy, dig deeper.
Scoob, I don't think we can dig deeper. Raggy, you gotta! Oh, man. But anyways, moving us on from that clip, we also got to see a Ukrainian drone flying right over the front. Now, there's music in this, but there's not music for the first 2 seconds, really. So I'm going to let y'all hear the volume of gunfire that's coming from the beginning of the clip before I mute it, so that way you can get an idea in your imagination of what the rest of the clip sounded like, because it only got more intense after the start of the clip. So here it is. Now I'm going to have to mute it, but we can hear the guns just opening up. The Russians are freaking out. This is on the front lines, by the way, and right overhead here in a second, it's an FP1 heading into Russia to blow something up, and they're trying to shoot it down, but they can't. They're missing every shot.
Oh man, from every direction too, left, right, center, everywhere. They just can't hit it.
Right foot, left creep, walking with that heater. Like, bro, that's almost what you said right there. Oh, man.
What are they called? Walking with a heater? That's interesting.
No, man, they got that Star Trek heater, like, you got to get us more heaters, Captain. That kind. They got that Glock, that blicky on them, you know what I mean?
Man, I don't know about the Russians, but the Ukrainians are cold with it. They're cold with it. The Russians need a heater, but the Ukrainians are cold.
Man, the Ukrainians need a refrigerator the way they be icing them Russians on the daily. Oh my goodness, folks. I just came up with the cheesiest line y'all have ever heard. Put that shit on a shirt. But anyways, moving us on from that down to the Seversk area, we also get to see some ambush drones getting hit. And take a little look at this, folks. Take a little look. The 54th Brigade filmed this. They're driving on under the drone net. And what do you see here? An FPV. Not on our watch, the Ukrainian says. And he blasts the thing out of the way. And it goes flying into the tree out of control, and then explodes.
I guess that was mission success, I guess.
Yeah, bro, he
That
shot
dude
out the
looking
control.
shocked down there. Do you see that dude looking so shocked? He was like, look at him. Like the dude back here. Play the thing from here. You'll see him. He's about to come into frame on the right. Let's see here.
Oh, oh, right
There he
there.
is down there. Look at it. Yeah, he's like was that supposed to happen?
Man, he looks like in his mind, man, he's got that song playing that goes, wah, 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 wah. You know that one?
I think so.
Oh, man. It's a good meme. It's a good meme, man. I promise you. Then he looks down at this guy. He's got a little boonie on. That is a tiny-ass boonie. I mean, I'm not going to lie, folks. That thing is not fitting on his head.
Yeah, they got that from the kids section. That's not the right size for his head.
Man.
No offense, by the way. I'm not saying he has a huge head. It's just the wrong size hat.
Man,
Honestly, it sounded like I was roasting him for real. It sounded like I was roasting the hell out of him. And I didn't mean it like that.
Man, that hat is like 5 sizes too small, man. I mean, like, dude, it's not even sitting on his head. It's sitting on top of his head. It's like, that's not the hat you're supposed to have, man. Like, you gotta get a bigger hat, dude. It's like the brim's supposed to cover the sides of your head.
Oh, what the hell was that on the ground?
I don't know. What was that? Like a little piece of the
Hey, it
drone.
looked like something dangerous or something. They're zooming in on it like it's something sketchy.
I think that's a part of the
Look at this-
drone.
Look at this ominous little cylindrical device over here in the corner.
Let's watch the beginning of the clip. Maybe he shot it off when they saw it. Like, I think that's what it is. It's a piece of the drone. So the drone lifts up, and then he pops it. Oh, it has a spool on it. You see, like, it has the fiber optic spool on the drone. Or so he shot it off, and that's why the drone lost control.
I see now. I see.
So let's watch it again. So he popped that off, and then the drone went, yeah, like right past him, and then right into the tree line. And that's why they were saved. He shot off that spool or whatever that is.
It's like those stupid, those stupid beetles, like those larger ones that like fly around. They fly around just like that, like real nonchalant, kind of like no flight path. They just kind of go like kind of sluggish one way, and you're like, what the hell's wrong with this beetle? Like you know those ones I'm talking about, the bigger ones.
Let me see here, flying beetle. Let me see if I can pull up a picture of one of these things flying. Oh man, I can't. Oh, dude, I think I kind of found one. This is like that flying Hercules beetle thing, that big remember. But there it is, right there, kind of like that.
Yeah, it's kind of like those. Yeah, it's kind of like those things right there that just kind of fly real goofy, like in a straight line. Like there's no sense to it. That's kind of like how that drone was flying.
Man, I know what you're talking about. Those things always fly for your face too. It's like a slow-moving cruise missile. Like they just get off the floor, you just hear that like of their wings, and then they just go slowly flying at your face. Like I don't know why.
I saw I was calling it a June bug.
Oh, let's see here, a June bug. Let me pull that thing up. Oh, it is the
Yeah,
thing.
that's definitely those things. That's it right there, actually.
Oh, yep, that's it. Dude, those little bastards go straight for your face too every time. Like I don't know why. I hate these things, honestly, with a passion. But anyways, moving us on from that June bug deal. It kind of is like that, though, the way it flew off. Like, man, the thing lagged out. But moving us on from that clip and on into our next one further down the line, we also were able to see that down near the Chasiv Yar area, the Ukrainians were able to survive a Russian drone strike. Take a gander. They're cruising on in. And the drone hit. Everyone's fine. Oh, he might not be fine.
I think he's hurt.
Та, вони тебе заберуть. Так,
я стікаю кров'ю.
Сар, тримайте.
Да, терплю, блядь, 300.
But that's the end of the clip, showing y'all another MRAP surviving another drone attack. We also got to see a little interesting clip here of the Ukrainian artillery here in this front, striking the Russian forces. And y'all wouldn't believe it, but this is the artillery of the National Police. Man, imagine the national police after the war. It's like, this is Unit 19 on the highway. We currently have a speeder. He's going about 120 in an 80 mile per hour zone. Over. Yes, this is the artillery unit, Dnipro. Can you give the coordinates of where the car will be in 5 minutes? We can hit it with a 155. It's like maybe the police are becoming a little too well armed in Ukraine. I don't know.
And these police are something else. Like these police are, they're like more armed than the military inside of Ukraine sometimes. Also, by the way, I saw Old Warriors in the live chat. He said, "Wait till you take." He's talking about the bug earlier that we were talking about. He said, "Wait until you take one to the face on a motorcycle." LOL. I've taken one to the face. I took a rock to the face too, like a pebble on a motorcycle going like 40 or 50. That hurts like hell. Like it'll teach you to keep your visor down pretty much. Those damn bugs hurt.
Man, I bet those bugs do hurt, man. I mean, I never had one hit me in the face, but those things are big. I mean, they like, especially when they're moving at a fast speed like that. If they hit you in the face, I would assume it probably hurt pretty badly because at that point,
Oh
they kinda
yeah.
got some weight to them.
Yeah, wait till you choke on one. Like that that's even worse. Like, you have that thing going 40 miles an hour straight to the it's like you're sitting there dying on a motorcycle trying not to choke to death while you're trying to like keep it under control.
Man, did it fly into your mouth? Did you like swallowed it?
It happened one time. I don't think it was that beetle. If it was that, I'd have been really screwed. But I think it was like some bug or something, a fly or something like that. Just 40 miles an hour straight to the throat. Oh, that's like just driving down the road, just choking and hacking, like basically like fighting for my life. And nobody even knows what the hell's happening. This looks like normal to everybody else.
Man, imagine, dude. I couldn't imagine that honestly, man. That would be hell on earth to deal with that. But you know something else, Betty, that I just realized. Speaking about like the Ukrainian police with the heavy artillery here.
What's that?
You know the one thing that they have everything at this point that American police have. Artillery, cars, rifles, all that. You know the one thing that they're missing out on though that could really help them turn this whole war around.
More ammunition, not a ride.
Flock cameras.
No.
Think about it, covering the entire battlefield with flock cameras. I mean, clearly they only read license plates, everybody, but maybe they don't. Maybe not.
Man, flock them up.
Man, it's like, man, the Russian team, where were they? Oh yeah, let me just pull it up on the flock, please. But anyways, here's the clip of them greasing some Russians with their artillery and the national police. The whoosh, and here comes the impact. The whoosh, and the Russians are gone.
You've been flocked.
Man, oh boy, I gotta flock the Christmas tree. Takes on a whole new meaning this year.
That Christmas tree is not going to have any privacy.
And you look at the tree
We're gonna
instead
watch
of
that Christmas. We gotta watch that Christmas tree 24/7. It's not gonna have a minute to itself. We're gonna watch that Christmas tree. I tell you, that sounds like some island type business right there.
instead of for like decades now, it's been, oh man, I gotta flock the Christmas tree, and you like put like that like spray on it that makes it look like it's been snowed on. Now this year, oh man, I gotta flock the Christmas tree, just big ass cameras all over it. Like there's no ornaments or anything. It's just a tree of cameras looking in every direction.
Some people love that. It makes China just that turns China on. Like they hear about that and they're like, oh yeah, there'll be more cameras. So like we gotta have some more cameras. China has cameras out in the middle of like literally nowhere. Like there won't even be a power line out in like rural China, and they'll still have cameras.
Powered by solar at that point, which is very progressive of them. Like, man, it's like, oh, we need camera, but no electricity, so we run it off solar. It's like that's kind of interesting. They will do that for state security. Interesting, but anyways, moving aside from that, we also I saw someone say some cities are starting to pull the flock cameras. I want them all gone. I want them all gone as well. I think it's absolutely stupid. It's like, yes, there is no expected privacy in a public area, but it's absolutely ridiculous to then use that to basically bring about a police state with mass surveillance in every single corner of the country. It's like that's kind of using that whole there's no expectation of privacy in public thing to an absolute extreme, to where it starts, in my opinion, infringing on the rights of the citizens, and also there like at least a modicum of the government not watching you at literally every turn you take, everywhere you go in the whole country. But moving us on from that, we also were able to hear that within the Donetsk Oblast, the 93rd Mechanized Brigade did a little bit of work on the Russians in the rear line, right near the Donetsk Oblast sign. How quaint. Oh,
This
look
is a
there.
very nice highway.
It is. Right near the Donetsk sign, bled. Oh, look, it's the Russians. Oh, bled. Bro, this guy chucked his RPD at it.
Dang. That was dumb. He better be glad it's not one of those guns that goes off based on a bump on the ground, or that you'd been screwed. But I love those Soviet era signs they still have up for these places, like the Soviet, like, big white block letters that they have like sitting out there. Like, it's just so Soviet.
You know what's kind of a little bit funny about it? It's all kind of like trying to imitate the Hollywood sign.
Nah, I don't know. There's something else to this. There's a little bit of like commie mixed in.
It's commie, but you can tell it's imitating
I
the
can hear,
Hollywood
I
sign.
can hear somebody right now. Well, Hollywood's commie too, so that's why they're doing it. Nah.
Oh God, man! Someone's about to make a political comment these days, folks. You'd be like, there are people starving in Alabama. That's because they voted red. It's like, can we just get past that and talk about how to help them not starve to death? It's like, it'd be nice, just to work as Americans. Maybe too much to ask these days, but I like to think that we're red, white, and blue Americans here. But anyways, moving us on from that and down towards the southern front, we did get to see a TOR system getting blown up in the southern front. I heard folks of the Russians in the southern group said the South will push again, and they sure as hell ain't. I'll tell you that. But we can see them getting that TOR blown up. But boy, howdy, folks, what a terrible travesty has befallen upon these Russians. Like the sweeping of the Egyptian army along the Red Sea of old, I tell you. It's like retribution come all over again, I tell you, I say. Moving us on from that and on into our next clip from the southern front, we have also been able to see that some rapscallion Russian forces were blown away by none other than the Luftwaffe. They got... Damn.
Oh, oh dear. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God!
It's getting
FCDR
worse.
bites!
It's getting worse. What are they doing? What are they doing? They're taking 5 leaps in the wrong direction. I thought they were going to back off this, but they've doubled down.
Oh my God!
Oh no.
Oh my God!
FPV work.
Oh my God, dude, I can't believe it. They put this in German. Why? Why, man? They aren't beating the allegations, I tell you. Oh man. Now you see the Luftwaffe at work. That sounds messed up. That sounds messed up as hell. What the hell is this? Sacks of fertilizer? They're in that electrical shed.
Look at the emblem they got on the drone.
Oh my God.
Oh no.
Oh my God, they literally lifted the roof on the building.
They're using that Wunderwaffe.
Oh man. Oh, they just got a Russian.
Oh dear. Oh yeah.
And they're getting an outpost. And
Also, by the way, so I see some people in the chat saying Arbeit means work. I do know that. I do remember that from my German lessons a little bit. I know that word.
It's just kind of going a little bit too hard into the whole German thing. Like I'm just saying, folks, like when you have the whole Luftwaffe thing and you have like the Iron Cross of, well, that one's kind of more modern. That one's kind of like the one of the modern here or the Bundeswehr in general. But when you have the whole Germanic text thing going with it, and also the SS unit like crest thing behind it, it's kind of invoking images of another time, a time that wasn't that good in Germany's history.
I would have to agree.
Because I don't see the modern Germans using this font or these unit emblems in the modern day, I'll tell you that. Oh, boy.
So, if the Ukrainians say that Putin's the modern day, Austrian painter, but yet this Ukrainian unit here is the Luftwaffe, what does that mean?
It means there be some LARPers out there in the midst.
I think that means they're confused.
Yeah, kinda. That's kind of what you get everywhere, though. Like even here in America, there's like people who say that like fascism is good or something, and it's like, it's like I don't even think they understand what they're like supporting. It's like, do they? It's like no. It's like it's like a lot of those.
If it's so good, then why don't you go to a fascist country? Like why not you go there? So the fact that you can even cheer on fascism is literally proof you're living in a democracy. Because if you weren't living in a democracy and you said something like that, and it wasn't the status quo, you'd probably get locked up and probably banged up abroad.
Yeah, I find it so interesting, folks, when people support fascism or communism in this country, because it's like if a fascist or communist country was in charge, you wouldn't even have a right to an opinion on that. It's like, so it's kind of stupid to even advocate for it, because the only reason you can even advocate for it is because of our democratic system that allows you to even say stupid stuff like that.
The paradox of ignorance.
Truly is. A very, very aggravating one.
I love ignorant people.
Oh, but that's the end of the
there.
clip.
They signed off with the little scroll.
Moving us on from that, there was an incident that happened today at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. This was the following statement by the International Atomic Energy Agency. The International Atomic Energy Agency has been informed that a drone exploded at a bus stop used by staff traveling to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant at around 0600 hours today. The ZMPP director informed the IAEA team that the explosion caused 16 casualties among staff and subcontractors, including 1 death and 3 serious injuries, describing it as the worst event the plant has faced. The IAEA was further informed of attacks in the ZMPP industrial area. No nuclear safety or security damage was reported. Director General Rafael Grossi solemnly calls on military commanders responsible for these actions, as well as others aiming on nuclear power plants and or their staff, to put an immediate stop to these unacceptable actions, which are in absolute contradiction to the 7 pillars and the 5 principles, and constitute great risk to nuclear safety and security during the conflict. So that was the statement today on the incident that happened at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant from the IAEA. Another, once again, quite unfortunate incident. And with that, it's now time for us to move on up into Kyiv and to get the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky. Before anyone says, yes, I do know that this is yesterday's speech. However, considering that there was no speech today, and we didn't cover this one yesterday, I decided we are going to show it. So that way we can get some water, we can also get maybe a restroom break, and then come back and knock this thing out. So without further ado, here's the speech. Speech!
Шановні українці, українки, коротко про цей день. Нарада з військовими та міністром оборони. Фронт – ключове питання. Визначили додаткові організаційні рішення і необхідні засоби, щоб на Слов'янському напрямку, в Костянтинівці, в районах Покровська посилити можливості наших підрозділів. Дуже важливо, щоб досвідчені командири отримували більше спроможностей діяти. Будуть рішення на рівні корпусів та угруповань. Погодив і першу частину кадрових призначень, які ми обговорювали з Михайлом Драпатом. 5 рішень вже є, будуть ще. Ми продовжуємо наші далекобійні операції. Була доповідь по результатах за першу половину серпня. Пріоритети діпстрайків до вересня вже визначені. І також говорили з Євгенієм Хмарою про додаткові фінанси, додаткові засоби та додаткові потрібні Україні влучання. Окрім кінетичних санкцій нашої далекобійної роботи, ми працюємо і по всіх інших напрямках санкцій. Сьогодні скоординувались з розвідками, Міністерством закордонних справ, спеціальними службами, коли і від кого з наших партнерів ми очікуємо нові пакети санкцій за тими напрямками, які здатні обмежити російські активні військові можливості. Деякі речі, які є критичними для російської агресії, але вони досі постачаються в Росію навіть з тих країн, які входять в групу 7 і точно не зацікавлені, щоб Путін затягував війну та збільшував масштаб ударів. Усі наші партнери мають знати, що залежить від них і як кожен санкційний крок впливає на наближення миру та на порятунок життів. Ще кілька речей. Ми працюємо з командою, щоб були нові обміни. Сподіваємось на результат. Також ми говорили з Ігорем Клименком. Найближчим часом відбудеться РНБО по ситуації, яка, на жаль, є на українських дорогах. Черговий абсолютно неадекватний випадок сьогодні був в столиці, коли машина на швидкості зіткнулася з іншою та вилетіла на тротуар. За кермом була людина, яка вже дуже давно мала б втратити, якщо чесно, право бути водієм. Були петиції по ситуації на дорогах, були звернення, зокрема від Олексія Глушича, батька 12-річного хлопця, який був убитий в ДТП. Треба посилювати відповідальність тих, хто систематично порушує правила на дорозі і зневажає життя. І потрібні не косметичні зміни до правил і відповідальності, а дієві кроки. Я розраховую, що секретар РНБО залучить і парламентарів, і громадські організації, і всі необхідні державні інституції, щоб підготувати відповідні зміни. Треба берегти кожне життя і створювати умови, коли життя справді під захистом. Дякую кожному, хто дбає про нашу державу і наших людей. Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
And with that, that is the end of the speech from the President of Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky, here on this day of 1637 of the news from around the world. And I gotta say, folks, what a wonderful thing. What a wonderful thing to see. And we gotta thank you all greatly for enjoying the show tonight. We hope that it has been quite a good one, and we hope that you all have gotten some laughs, your news, and also some in-depth analysis and information on situations around the world. Now, before we move on, I do, of course, have to say we had a peak viewership tonight of 17.3 thousand people, and 103,000 people have watched the stream in 2 hours and 18 minutes. Oh, by golly, I gotta tell you, YouTube almost put us down for a minute, but we coming back. We coming back strongly.
Man, I tell you, they can't keep us down, man. They're trying to put us down. They can't keep us down.
Yeah.
We gonna get what's mine.
Man, yeah, man. Honestly, man, I don't know why when you said that, man, but it made me remember that skit where that I forgot who it was. Was it Dave Chappelle who did the skit where it was like he was trying to get on an airplane? He was that one rapper, and they're like, "Okay, do you want first class?" And he was like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Okay, we're gonna put you in first class." And he was like, "Okay." Man, like he just kept doing that.
Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah,
bro, that one was so good, man. That one makes me bust out laughing. But anyways, it is time for us to get on in them questions. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so it's now time for the final question segment of the night. It's time to get our super chats, our live chats, and our Morse code decoders. And we have some very good questions to get to, by the way. So it's time to jump straight into them. Also, by the way, anybody asking, we don't have any breaking news tonight. Tonight's been generally pretty calm for the most part. So we're going to jump straight back into our questions. And if something happens in the meantime, I'll be sure to let you know. I'll holla at you. But our next one here goes to Eric Hutchins, who puts in a $100 super chat. And thank you very much, Eric, for the generous 100. And we do appreciate that very, very much. One of the largest ones of the night. And Eric said some funds to help with some more Costco chicken. And we appreciate the superhuman effort put into this daily news coverage. And long live the LSA.
Superhuman. Wow, that's incredibly kind words of you. And we thank you so much for the support. We like to think of ourselves as national treasures. I'm just kidding, by the way. Honestly, what we do, it's... No, man, I mean, narcissism is all the rage these days, man. And the president,
he's a great man.
I can do it. Like, man, like
he's a great man. He's picking up the ways. He's like an apprentice. That's what he's like, an apprentice. He heard me bragging on myself, and he said, "Sir, I have to emulate that. I have to, sir. It's something you have to pick up. It's a brand new word. It's called grandiosity. That's what it's called, grandiosity. A little bit of that grand city, yes, sir. That's what they call it."
I gotta be honest with you, folks. The president, he loves me. He might hate me, but he really loves me because he knows that he just can't get by on his own. His brain is too small. He has to call us up every once in a while and go, Sir, the enforcers, y'all are so wise and smart beyond your years. National treasures, really. Y'all need the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Can you help me, please? I have a small problem with Iran, and we try to help him, but sadly, he's just too dumb. He's too dumb to be helped.
It's a strange thing, sir. It's a strange thing. They say no, and I hear that as a yes. That's my cue to go further. Yes, sir. That's right. They said, no, sir, we don't want that. We don't want that, sir. Stop what you're doing. I said, yes, sir. That means yes to me. Never take no for an answer. That's what they tell me, sir. It's a strange thing that it's called a little thing called consent. That's what it is. It's something that you gotta exaggerate a little bit. It's a little bit exaggerating. Oh my goodness. I wish that was a joke.
You know, honestly, it's crazy. Every time I call up the Enforcer HQ at the beginning of my office, of my administration, they used to say, sir. And then about 6 months in, they started to go, hey, buddy, you got to listen here. And then nowadays they coined a new term. I think it means something like sir. They say, dumbass, what are you doing? And I think that's a new term for sir. Honestly, new one coined it dumbass. You can call people that respectfully. But anyways, beyond that, though, I do thank you greatly for the support, Eric Hutchins. And all jokes aside, what we do here, I've been told by some people that we work extreme amounts of time, like a lot of time and basically endlessly. I generally look at it because we've gotten used to it. So we're kind of just doing what is expected of us from the public, which is to inform all of y'all of what's going on around the world every day. And whether people think it's ordinary or extraordinary, we're incredibly honored and greatly appreciative to do it. But we do thank you for the incredibly kind words and the high praise there, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep this thing running and make this thing possible. And so, long live the Lee Spring Army. The Lee Springer will never truly die, and it's thanks to amazing folks like you that we can make sure that that phrase rings true for years. And so, a huge thanks to you so much once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a $100 support from none other than Cerberus3. And thank you, Cerberus, for that 100 as well, and we do appreciate that. And Cerberus said, this donation is to thank Andrew and Matthew for all their work in delivering accurate news to all the fantastic community in the chat here. And also thank you, Cerberus, for the kind words. Cerberus said also, of course, is get yourself a slow cooker and an air fryer to increase your cooking capabilities and save money long term. And one from the chat. And honestly, that is something I need to start cooking again. I really do. Like, I stopped doing that I hate to admit that, but I actually stopped doing that about 2 or 3 weeks ago. So I really need to get back to it. I've just gotten kind of a little bit like tired of having to like fool with that. It takes so much time out of the day to like get all that going. Because I'm not a natural like chef or a cook. So it takes some time to like, figure the stuff out and do it right. So I need to get back into that. Maybe a slow cooker or something like that, or an air fryer, aka an oven. Maybe that'll help. But Enforcer, what say you?
Boy, I never cook. Like, I never cook. I might slap together a sandwich or something, but I just can never justify the time sink it is to cook. Like, even something simple. Because the time that I have personally, folks, in a day doesn't ever really feel that long. Like, usually by the time I get up, I have about maybe a couple of hours, unless if I'm making a short war video, and then my day is basically spent like just doing short war video and then the show, and then having a little bit of time in between to find something out to eat, and maybe do something else in the meantime, like maybe something for a little less than an hour. So usually I never cook myself, but I really should. Like, it would be a lot cheaper than having to try and find some place to eat out, or having to get a buy one get one deal on a meal, so that way you can have a second one basically for the price of one.
Yeah, like today, like my schedule today, waking up, like I don't realize how much time flies by until I look at the clock finally. I'm like, dang it, like the whole day's gone already. But yeah, I woke up this morning, immediately jumped on a short war video. That was a 3 or 4 hour adventure on the short war video, like once I woke up. Then after that, finally got something to eat after that, and it was already like, 1 o'clock at that point. So, after that, I went for like a bike ride exercise for the day and stuff like that, like I try to do. And then after that, then it was time for dinner approximately. Then it was time to do some more Twittering, and it was time to do some more responding to emails and questions and stuff like that we get all the time, and a couple of different business related stuff. And then it was time to get ready for the stream after that, start making polls and, start thinking about that whole process on my end. So, the whole day like is pretty much gone, especially when you make a shorter video. It's like the whole day is pretty much gone at that point. Like, there's not much free time left over.
Yeah, there really isn't. So it makes me, folks, honestly appreciate the free time I get, which is Mondays. And folks, I got to tell you something. I've been waiting all night to get to this. I showed it to you, Matthew, before the show, but I've got some pictures to show all of y'all. So on the Monday that I had, when we had free time, I spent that day while I was about to actually choke on my spit right there. I'll stop myself from doing that. But just on that time, right then on the Monday, I got my stuff from Amazon that I needed to work my airbrush. And they all know that I like to model rail cars and do model railroading and stuff as much as I can. And I really don't have a layout yet, but I have been working slowly yet surely to keep kind of building out my fleet of weathered rail cars. So I worked yesterday on a rail car that I wanted to do so badly for so long, but I knew I needed the airbrush to do it, which was this, let me see if I can pull one up the way they look beforehand. Let's see, TTX Gondola. Let's see, Gondola 65-foot HO scale. Let me see if this will pull it up, because if it does, I can yes, this is the one I actually have right here. So, oh, well, that one's actually a little bit different. This is the one I have right here. So this is actually the one that I had. This is what it looks like before I did any weathering on it, and I didn't put a detail kit on mine, sadly, but this was it. Different company, but exact same design of railcar. So I went to work on it, folks. I want mine to look beat up and worn out, like it's 40 years old and it's about to be retired. So I got my airbrush and I went to work, and I created this first picture right here. This was the best that I could do, and it's a start. It's not the greatest thing that I think I could do, but it's definitely getting a lot farther than what I was doing previously. It is weathered to look like it is decades old. And because of the airbrush, I was able to actually get the grime on it, like where it looks kind of more natural, like it's been kind of almost like imprinted in the paint. I was able to get these really cool little rust spots that actually are two-tone. I was able to put some graffiti on it with the acrylic paints that I had. I actually did that by hand with a brush. I think you can tell because the lines really aren't perfect. But it is really cool. Also, I rusted the inside of it as well, which you can kind of see there, but that was literally just a one-tone paint job, just slacked that up in the inside and made it look however it looked. And then on the other side, there's no graffiti, and that's what this side looks like. So I was super happy with that. I knocked this out in maybe 2.5 to 3 hours, which I was really impressed with the time as well. The airbrush cuts down a lot on having to do all of the little details and the little work. It kind of streamlines the process, honestly. But I was really, really happy with how this thing ended up. And I was like, oh my god, it's amazing. Because the airbrush made everything possible, folks. Like this thing, as you can see in the first picture, it's a dark black color, like the paint job, so you have to fade the paint. So I was able to use the white paint in the airbrush to fade it and make it look a lot lighter than it was. And then I was able to go through afterwards and start adding all of the little rust spots and the graffiti, and I chipped up the graffiti to make it look super old. It was super cool. I had a blast doing this one, and also because of the airbrush, I finally got to get the axles and also the trucks painted up. So instead of all of it being shiny down there and solid black looking like it's brand new in plastic, it looks real. So I was really, really, really happy with this. I'm blown away with it, and now I'm hooked to the airbrush. I'm like, man, this thing is so cool. You can do so much with an airbrush. So that was my first foray into legitimate photorealistic weathering of a rail car, and I think it turned out pretty okay. I would give it an 8 out of a 10. But anyways, I had to use your super chat, Cerberus, to talk about my free time and what I did with it on a Monday, because I was really proud of that work right there. That's my proudest work yet, and it hopefully is only going to go up from there. And so a huge thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And I will have to see about possibly getting an air fryer to cut down on time and also save money and trying to get cheaper food. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again, and we are on and into the next one.
We also have $50 support from Truckin' Chef, and thank you very much, Truckin' Chef, for that 50. He said, good evening, Enforcers, and y'all did an amazing job answering the last question I asked, and I'm glad we did, and thank you, Truckin'. He said, can y'all explain the history of the Iranians, now and before the Persians were expelled from Iran, and the history of why this is happening? Long history.
Oh, let's see. I don't know the whole history of Iran. I could tell you their modern history somewhat well. But to give you like a very quick recap of their ancient history leading up into the modern day, which is what I would know, the Persians were, of course, an ancient culture, one of the earlier ones that we know of that existed in a recorded history, and it was also quite successful in one period, it being a force of conquest. As many people would know, the Persians were fought by the Greeks at the Battle of let's see here. What was the battle? It was the Battle of the 300 on the beach. I think that would be the Battle of, it's along the coastline here. Oh man, I cannot remember the name. I hate that. I don't know antiquity a great deal, folks. Like antiquity was never my study. But after that, in the Middle Ages, skipping forward about 1,000 or 1,500 years, the Seljuk Turks, which actually came from up here, kind of like around the steppe, sort of, here in Siberia, they were a nomadic peoples a lot like the Mongols. And so these guys did this before the Mongols did it, so they kind of did it before it was cool. But they said, man, we need to move on down to where the cool stuff's at. We need to invade civilizations that are well founded. So they invaded Turkmenistan, which is why they're called Turkmen, is because they're the people of the Turks. That's also why Turkey is called this as well, is because they all have significant influence from the Seljuk Turks, or the Turks, which would go on to create the Ottoman Empire. And so they hung out here in Turkmenistan for a little bit, and then they got word that further south was Persia, and places like Tehran and whatnot, and there were all these kinds of riches and cool arts and resources for them to get. So then they invaded Persia, and then after that, they were told, oh, there's this really cool city, most advanced one in the world, and this was during the Islamic Golden Age that this happened. It's Baghdad. They've got all of this crazy stuff there, these Islamic scholars and mathematicians and philosophers, and they all have all of these different people who've traveled from around the world. It's truly a land of boundless riches of the mind and also of the materium. And so they went and invaded Baghdad next. And then once they got to Baghdad, they were told, but there is a city as great as Baghdad. It's Constantinople. And so then that's when the Seljuk Turks largely turned into the Turks, and then they invaded the Ottoman Empire. And over the next, I believe it was about 200 or 300 years, they would slowly steamroll the Ottoman Empire into non-existence, and they would then create the Ottoman Empire afterwards. But a lot of their nomadic empire holdings that they had originally, they kind of dissipated and collapsed, and Persia was one of them. So Persia lost a lot of its shine that a lot of people think of when they think of antiquity by about that time when Persia became a separate country, separate from the Seljuk Turks, and then the Ottoman Empire. And since that point on, the history gets really blurry for me. I really wouldn't know it too well. But fast forward to the late 1800s, Persia is a country that exists in really the mire of poverty. There's really nothing there, and they don't really have a lot of anything rather than some opium that they grow and some rugs that they make, Persian rugs, which are, of course, world known. That really were anything that made them an economy, and they would trade those globally. They didn't really become anything significant until oil was found on the territory in the late 1920s and the very early 1930s. And that's when they kind of enter the world stage and when they enter modern history, which I would know about. In the 1930s, when the oil was found, Persia was largely a neutral country. They kind of actually leaned more so, honestly, towards Nazi Germany, if we're being completely frank, because they looked at them for some reason and thought they were kind of neat. Also, the fact of the matter is that the Nazi Germans would kind of hand out the title Aryan to literally anybody to try and gain fervor, and for some reason, in the Persian government, that gained some fervor for the Germans back in the day. So when World War II kicked off, the British, the Americans, and the Soviet Union actually decided to invade Persia and overthrow the government in 1943 and occupy, because they were scared that they might flip to the fascists and they might actually start trying to supply oil to the Nazi Germans via Turkey, which was a neutral country at the time. So we occupied the country, and then after the war, we kind of let them return back to their own internal affairs, which they did for some time until the early 1950s. And that was when we saw a socialist government come in charge in Iran, or Persia as it was called. And the US started to become incredibly concerned that they were going to go flip to the Reds, or the Soviets, and they were going to take the oil with them. And so under Allen Dulles and President Eisenhower, we conducted the 1953 coup d'etat in Iran, which is what put the Shah into power. The Shah of Persia was something that was largely kind of fictitious. Like, if you want to look for a Shah, you have to look, quite literally, back into, the 1800s, basically, to go find one. So they hadn't existed for about 70 years. But we brought it back out of the grave so that way we could have a dictatorship that was in the country that was pro-American, and also pro-Western, pro-British as well. And the Shah had to rule with an iron grip to try and keep the people in line, because he basically came in an illegitimate form. So they created a secret police in the country that would go around and make people disappear if they got a little bit too vocal. By the time of the late 1970s, this was becoming extremely unpopular. Iran was a very liberalized country at that point, if we put it that way, but when I put it that way, it's kind of a little bit of an understatement. The Shah was very progressive and was trying to westernize the Persian state to a degree that really started to go against the local norm, to the fact that actually at one point in the mid-70s, the Shah of Persia actually banned people from wearing the hijab, the burqa, or any other form of Islamic clothing for women. Completely banned it. If you were found in public to be wearing that, it's basically the same treatment that the Iranians, the Islamic regime, gives people these days for not wearing it, which is that you could be fined, you could be imprisoned, or you could be beat by the police. And this just kept on pissing off the Iranian people, especially the traditional people and the religious groups in the country, which then created the Islamic Revolution of 1975, which was generally led by the religious clerics of the country. They succeeded in overthrowing the Shah of Persia. The U.S. really backed off because the Shah was kind of flipping us off at that time. So Jimmy Carter said, you know what, let's see what happens. Maybe they'll get at him. And they didn't. But they did overthrow the country, and then they held some, 50 U.S. embassy staff hostage, which was the hostage crisis. And then since then, the Islamic regime has operated under heavy sanctions and has generally conducted an anti-British, anti-American, and anti-Israeli kind of an ideology as their forefront to create external enemies to try and unify the country under the significant economic strain that they've been under, to keep the Islamic regime alive, and to keep largely working towards eventually undermining or completely destroying the West in their mindset. So that is really the long form, like as Matthew put it, kind of the long form story of their modern history in kind of like a jot note version of what I know, because most of what I know only comes from after the 1930s. So I hope that addresses that incredibly well, Truck and Chef, and a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I hope that explained as much as I know personally about the history of Iran, from all the way from ancient times when a lot of people think of Iran as Persia up until the modern day right now. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. Also, I forgot Swamp Dunk, you said Anderson. Right after the Islamic regime took charge, the Iranians and the Iraqis would go into about a 9-year-long war called the Iran-Iraq War, which was incredibly bloody, incredibly brutal, and both sides would end up declaring victory, but it was largely an indecisive conflict. I honestly forgot, folks, what the whole reason of the Iran-Iraq War starting was. So I wouldn't even be able to tell y'all, funnily enough. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to get on into the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Brian Biquet. Thank you, Brian, as well for the 20. He said, Enforcers, all this sounds pretty serious, but what do you think the end game is here? And are we truly on the cusp of World War III? And it feels like we've been building up to a full global conflict for years and months. And what say you? I would say it is very serious, I would say. Now, to say what the end game is, like the U.S. really doesn't have an end game with Russia and Ukraine. There's really no end game there. They've kind of abandoned that to a large degree, which in my opinion is very dangerous because that's the conflict we really need to watch very closely. But the U.S. has taken a very passive approach to it, so that's a problem. The only area that we really have an end game on right now, and that's arguable, is Iran. And the end game there is basically to sit back and stall until it becomes politically convenient to deal with the problem. And that means after the midterms. So the end game is basically protect your political interests at all costs and let the whole situation basically turn to shit, basically. That's really the end game. So whether or not we're building up for a full global conflict, I would say it's going to get there regardless of what the U.S. is going to do. Half the world is consolidating into the Axis powers, and they're wanting to attack the West, which is, obviously China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, etc. And I think we're going there. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would generally agree with that assessment. So I unfortunately don't really have a lot to add, but I do thank you greatly for the support and help this channel to keep on running. But there isn't really an end plan or an end game. Honestly, really the reality is that the presidency doesn't really have a grand plan at all to speak of. They just wake up and kind of go at things half-assed, and most of it ends up flopping dead on the floor as soon as it's attempted. So that's really kind of the situation we're in right now. I would say, folks, it's a lot more insulting to have to say that than someone has a plan, like a master plan, and then that failed. It's like, well, at least they had the foresight to create a master plan. We can literally watch the president get up someday and just decide that something is now going to be the thing, and they try it literally out of the blue just because he woke up that morning, and then it just flops dead on the floor and fails, and then they move on to the next thing. It's like, why don't they come up with an actual plan rather than whatever the hell this stuff is? Because this is worse than having a plan that's executed poorly, is having no plan and just waking up every day and literally winging everything. It's very annoying. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Keith Sires, and thank you, Keith, for the 20, and we do appreciate that as well. He said, can I have a big shout out for Philip Page for writing songs about Ukraine, aka the Sheriff, and I've also been watching the poor state of China and the flooding and dams breaking, and long live the Lee Spring Army.
And long live the Lee Spring Army. And sure, we'll give it a big shout out to Philip Page. I haven't heard of him particularly myself, but really interesting here that he's writing songs about Ukraine. And also China has been dealing with some floods lately. It's that super El Nino, you see. It's inclement weather elements globally that will most likely create famines and significant natural disasters, because that's what the super El Ninos do. I think the last one was in 1877, and we got one again. So very unfortunate for us, very unfortunate for the world, really, but still a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from a channel legend, BC Skyman. And thank you very much, BC, for the $20 support. I don't think you left a comment, though. I was going to go back and check real quick. And I do not see a comment. I don't think I'm double checking. Let's see here. No comment, but there is a super sticker though of the YouTube hippo jumping around and saying victory right there. And we will take it. And thank you first BC for the support. Wait, whoa. Wait a minute. What's that profile picture? Hold on a second. What is that profile picture that BC Skyman's got going right there? Let's see here. Hold on a second. Is that a Mustang right there? I think that is a Mustang in that. That's actually pretty nice right there. I think that's a 68 fastback that he has in that profile picture right there. That is actually extremely nice. I don't know if anybody else can see that in his profile picture, but it looks like a 68 fastback. It's pretty cool. But Enforcer, what say you?
I don't know much about cars, but those early Mustangs like that looked really, really good. And I got to thank you greatly for the support, BC Scamming, because while you didn't throw in a comment, the support helps us out a great deal. And it says a lot. And you have an old guard and a channel legend. And I also hope you're doing well and still recovering from your broken wrist. Like, I hope that that's still on the mend. But we thank you so much for being here tonight and watching. And we're hoping that we're helping you pass the time while your wrist is on the mend. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Cassadar, and thank you, Cassadar, as well for the 20. They said, the tax man shook me down, gents. Guten Morgen aus dem Rheinland. Also, SSG airborne out. I don't know why, but, you know, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of German language. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever, in fact. But for some reason, it threw me off tonight. I think it's because after seeing that Luftwaffe clip, it kind of got me shook. But anyways, though, Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta say, big thanks to you for the support, and I hate to hear that the tax man shook you down. The tax man be shaking everybody down.
That's a German tax man.
Man, those German taxmen, they're bureaucratic too. That's even worse, man. Let's see, you have the third window, extra 500 euro.
We heard you're storing cash in the floorboards.
We heard that you're storing orange juice in the floorboards. The extra fee. It's like, man, I wouldn't want to be in Germany. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I wouldn't want to be in Germany during tax season. I feel like they got a whole bunch of extra tax stipulations that we probably don't have. But still, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep them running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from the White Pony, and thank you, good sir, as well for the 20. He said, this thing doesn't like more than 75 letters, and check chat for my question. Oh no, let's see if I have it, because there's no guarantee that I get them every single time. I don't have your live chat, White Pony. That's very hard to keep up with that, by the way. Also, by the way, sorry about the constraints. I think the constraints change depending on the amount of super chat you put in. I think it like increases or lowers the character limit, I think. So that might be why it's doing that. But if you want to put your question in the chat and tag me, we can jump back to it. But Enforcer, what say you?
And we thank you greatly for the support in the meantime, though, the White Pony. And if you want to throw that in the chat, we will make sure to circle back and answer it when we get it. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Marion Deemert, who said, your opinion on Greenland?
It's Denmark's.
It's not green.
Like, it is not green. That is true. But it's Denmark's. Let's just leave that alone. I don't want this dumbass to get us in another conflict with a whole other group of people that's going to end up in absolute failure, and also end up hurting the United States. So maybe, and I say maybe as in definitely, we need to rein the guy in because he's going out of control and he's doing a whole bunch of stupid stuff that's hurting the country at this point. So,
what's wrong with taking Greenland? What's wrong with taking Greenland? You know, it's just the old-fashioned thing of, Miss Teacher, my desk is small. I want his as well. It's like the same type of mindset. It's like, we don't need Greenland. I would not be surprised, by the way, if he thought that Greenland was the other one. I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh boy, honestly, you know, I thought it was Iceland. Oh well, you know, it's covered in ice. That's what I think. It's time to put some water mines around that. Oh boy, and get those whirlybirds up in the air on those big boats. What are they called? They're called the paper plane transporters or something. Yeah, those things. Yeah. Anyways, everyone, it's time for me to start talking about how great I am for the 9th gorillionth time. It's 64th peace deal, by the way. Beautiful peace deals. The peace president, also the war president simultaneously, because we don't have any standards around here. But honestly, it's Greenland's. Leave it alone. If we want to put more forces up there, just ask the Danish to let us put more forces up there. They'll say yes, but it's absolutely stupid to have to try and annex it and take it. And I would not support that at all. I think y'all can tell, folks, my patience with the president has run out. I've never seen anyone as dumb as this in my life. So I really don't have a lot of, um, as you say, tact anymore about this kind of a deal of like going, well, I mean, the president, he's thinking this, but however, it's like, nah, this guy is just a clown. Like, it's like no real reason to sugarcoat that or put lipstick on a pig. This is pretty dumb that we even have to say, no, America shouldn't annex and invade the territory of a fellow NATO state that's in our same defensive alliance and is also a member of the European Union, which is our largest trading partner. I think that's absolutely goofy. We even have to get into that and say that. But those are the times we live in, unfortunately. But a big thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Bradley Barrows, and thank you, Bradley, as well for the 20. He said the photos and videos coming out of the Moscow region of property being hit by falling munitions never has any comments about why the sky is raining lead and debris in the first place, and Tuesday in Russia.
Honestly, that's a good point. You never hear the Russians talk about that real falling debris. They just call the actual successful attacks falling debris and then just ignore the actual falling debris. Interesting. That's a very observant one. And a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have another 20 from Cerberus3, and thank you, Cerberus, once more for the second super chat of the night. And Cerberus said, a small thing of knowledge for chat enforcers to do a textured jewelry/ring with grit from my professional jewelry experience, crafting rings and necklaces, is using an enclosed sandblaster similar to an airbrush, and one from the chat.
That's interesting, Cerberus. I think I've heard of one of those sandblaster things, but I've never really looked at them up close and in detail, if I'm not mistaken. But I do thank you greatly for the support and sharing that tidbit of knowledge with us. I will have to try and retain that to memory, and we will make sure to take one from the live chat in your honor. So what do we got?
And the live chat in honor of Cerberus is going to go to none other than, let's see here. This one's going to go to Vibe and Waves. He said, isn't the Enclave a bigger economic burden for them now than a strategic asset?
It is actually quite the strategic asset because if they give it up or get rid of it somehow, then that means that the Suwalki Gap has just gone quite larger. Instead of the Suwalki Gap being about 30 miles wide, it actually is probably going to be about 100 miles wide at its greatest if they somehow got rid of Kaliningrad or gave it to someone. So even at this point right now, it's more of a strategic asset than a burden because while it might cost more to try and maintain it and keep it, it also allows for them to make this nice little choke point right here to the Baltics. So I would say that it's probably still worth more than the cost they're putting in right now and the strategic potential that it poses. But a big thanks to you for support and help with this channel to keep on running. And thank you for sponsoring a live chat Cerberus 3. And with that, it's time for us to move on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Mill the Cat. And thank you very much, Mill the Cat, for that support. And he said, your show is so good that my girlfriend tells me I have an addiction to the enforcers. This is not a bad addiction to have, by the way. It could be worse. But he said, Mondays are brutal, always going through withdrawals, and keep up the good work.
And a big thanks to you for the support. And thank you for the kind words. And I tried to help you yesterday. I made a long video. I made like a 28-minute long video because I was like, man, we don't have a stream today. You know what? I'm going to treat everybody with a 28-minute long video. I think it's like 27.5 minutes, but it did quite well. A lot of people watched it and enjoyed it, and we was always happy to see it. And I hope that you were one of them because I was trying to help people out with their withdrawals yesterday, and then Matthew put out a video today, and it's also done quite well. We're very happy with that because for a while there it looked like we were being put down, and now we're on the way back up, the rise back up to the top. Beautiful to see. But beyond that though, I gotta say, enforced withdrawals, not bad to have. Honestly, we would be saying that because it guarantees that people will be watching our show, and we're always appreciative of that. But hey, it's not like a bad addiction. You get to know a lot about what's going on in the news, and you get to hear jokes and everything. I think it's a constructive addiction, not a destructive one. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and help with this channel to keep on running, and I hope that does address that well. And thank you so much for the support because it does help us to keep up the great work. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Truck and Chef, and thank you, Truck and Chef, as well. They said, did y'all see that awesome mobile drone launching system from Germany? The 6 launching system from Ocean Technical.
Oh, Ocean Technical. Is he technical? Oh, I'm just kidding. We know who Ocean Technical is.
He is, actually.
Let's see. Ocean Technical. Let me go get that and see if I can find that here really quickly. This German drone launcher. Oh, is this German drone launcher, you say? Is it launching drones that happen to be German? I'm not seeing it here. You see. Oh, boy. Where is this thing, I tell yous? Oh, buddy. I can't find this thing. I'll take your word on it. It's probably pretty neat. I just can't find this thing here on the page. I'm all the way back to the 9th of August, and I'm still not seeing it. So I do thank you greatly for the support and help this channel to keep running. I will take your word on it, though, that it is probably the cat's meow, the top dog. But sadly, I just can't find the thing. But a big thanks to you so much for the support, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Star, and thank you, Star, as well for the 20. They said, so this whole Iran thingy won't be some sort of like forever war, right? I mean, it's not like we're going to be stuck there in some sort of long-term engagement in the Middle East. That's never happened before. I think that forever war mindset is starting to like mess up their decision making a little bit because they're obviously very fearful, and honestly, it's like for good reason. We don't want to start another forever war because that's like everybody remembers the Bush war that lasted for 20 years. So everybody remembers that. So they don't really want that again. I really don't want that again either. But at the same time, though, it's like do we just walk off like cowards from the region while Iran's still attacking our partners in the region and simply let them do whatever they want, let them basically have their way with the Gulf states? It's like that's probably not the best thing to do. And also, like this economic war that they're talking about, that's not really a feasible thing. There's no economic war to wage on a country that has nothing. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, I mean, if they didn't really want to fight a forever war, maybe they shouldn't have fought a war at all, considering that runs a great risk. It might go on for an indefinite period,
Yeah, I mean, it's like, what do they want, like a short war? It's like the only war that could have been short was Venezuela. Like that could have been a short one. Although I had some concerns with Venezuela that if it turned into a ground war, that could drag on for a long time, and it might have. But luckily for the United States, it went down pretty quick. So once Maduro was out of the way, he got Delcy Rodriguez in charge. She was very pliable and was able to listen and take orders basically pretty good. So she just cooperated, which was a lucky break for the United States. It could have gone differently. Not that Venezuela is a huge military force, but when you start getting into guerrilla warfare on the ground, that can get tricky really quickly. Regardless of how powerful they are as a military. But the Iran situation, though, that's the complete opposite. That was never going to be a short war. Anybody that told the president differently that was going to be a short war, they were just straight up not telling the truth.
I don't think anyone was telling him that. I think everyone was probably telling him that it was going to be a lot longer, and he was the one saying it's going to end real soon, like in 3 days.
We'll never know, truly.
We'll never truly know, but think about it though. Like think about it like this: he just got done getting his little victory, which wasn't even really a victory in Venezuela, by nabbing Maduro. So then he has this idea that wars truly do work off of the Hollywood movie concept, that if you take out the top guy, everything falls apart and it's end credits and you just ended the whole plot and you just won. So it's because Khomeini's too far away from any coastline to be able to grab. Let's just blow him up, and then they'll end the war in like 3 days because the whole government will collapse around him. And so then they did it again, and that didn't happen. And so that was the whole deal. I mean, honestly, that's exactly what happened because, if you remember, the president said that he called up Keir Starmer to see if the British would get involved in the war, and Keir Starmer told him that might take like a week or 10 days to get an answer. And he said, well, you don't have a week. It's going to probably be over in like 3 days. It's going to be over before you even give me an answer. And so that clearly indicated that whatever plan there was, whether he came up with it or someone else did, they had an idea that thing was only going to be lasting for maybe 3 days. And that's why we're in the disaster we're in right now.
I think Israel played a larger role in this than people want to truly admit. I think they did. I think they sort of like they didn't force the U.S. to go to war because obviously the U.S. doesn't have to go to war. Like that's something the U.S. makes a conscious decision about whether or not they wanted to do or not. So it's not like they involuntarily, went into the Iran war, the United States. But I think Israel did kind of have a partial role in kind of forcing our hand a little bit. Israel was wanting, from the reports that we've heard so far, Israel was wanting to take out the top leadership, and they were like trying to sell the idea that if you took out, Khamenei, the father, and all the other top officials, maybe that would somehow just collapse the whole regime, which I think Israel knew that wasn't the case. I mean, that's just not the way it works in a country like Iran. They have a very strong dictatorship. There's always somebody waiting to take their place. And also, not to mention, Khamenei became a martyr. So that was like the top honor, like inside of Iran, to become a martyr. So that gave them a way to corral around like Khamenei's death and start consolidating themselves. So it was never going to go that way. But I think Israel kind of like had a way to push us into it.
Oh, yeah. Of course they did. I would agree with that for sure. But another thing is though is that this current admin, it's they don't have a lot of sense because it's like who in the world's goading them into the whole Greenland thing or the Venezuela thing? It's like nobody
That's a
did that.
distraction. That's a distraction like Cuba. There's no strategic reason to go invade Greenland. And it's like everybody knows that Russia and China are opening up new shipping routes that pass close to Greenland, but that doesn't mean you need to go invade Greenland. It's like how do we come to how do we make that link? It's like okay, China, Russia, they're starting new shipping lanes or they're selling their ships close to the Greenland coast. So now it's time to go invade a sovereign country that's a part of Denmark, which is a ally. It's like how do you make that leap? It's like that's stupid as hell.
Something I just realized, man. Here's the stupidity of it. So they're saying that Greenland is near to a major shipping lane right now. The Strait of Hormuz is a major shipping lane. So both of these are major shipping lanes, right? But look at the difference, folks, and how they're handled. So with the Strait of Hormuz, we say it's the world's problem to figure that out. It's Europe's problem. It's the Middle East's problem. It sure as hell ain't ours. And then on top of that, we just lie about that 24/7. And then we go, oh, well, the Strait's open and everything's fine when it's not. And then when we're not doing that, we blame it on the whole world. But then when it comes to Greenland, instead of saying that's the whole world's problem, Europe can deal with it. Now we go, we need to invade and annex an entire territory to be able to hold down a major shipping lane. Like, what kind of bullshit is that? Like, they can't apply the same rule in the Middle East, but they're going to do it up in the Arctic? It's like, why the hell would they do it up in the Arctic when they can't do it in the Middle East? It's like the Middle East is more important because the oil comes from there. Greenland is just happening to be near to a shipping lane where all the goods are passing by. So it's like, clearly this one's more important. But when you look at them, totally different metrics apply. We have to annex a whole territory to control a shipping lane, and then on another major shipping lane, it's everyone else's problem but ours. They need to deal with it. Like, that's stupid. Even the supporters of this guy say that. They're like, Europe needs to deal with the Hormuz, and then with the Greenland, we need to take it to control a shipping lane. It's like, make up your mind. Either we're controlling all of the shipping lanes or we're not. So which one is it? Like, we're either doing it or we're not on all of them.
Yeah, it's like also just because there's ships going close to the Greenland coast, that doesn't mean, what good is it going to be for the U.S. to control Greenland? It's not like we're going to be able to colonize the place or something like that. Like, start building military bases all over it. It's like most of the place is a wasteland. It's like literally a frozen wasteland, most of the whole area of Greenland. So it's like, what are we hoping to do? It's like we already have bases on Greenland. We have Patufik. It's called Patufik now, right? It's not called Tula or however.
Yeah, I think it's Patufik Space Force Base is what it's called now.
Yeah, we have Patufik. I think we have one more base on Greenland too. I can't remember the name of that second one though. There's another base somewhere out there. I can't recall that one right off the bat. But it's like we already have bases there. It's like I see a lot of people saying it's oil and stuff like that. That is possible. I mean, that is possible because Greenland is home to a lot of precious metals and rare earths as they like to call it. So maybe there's an ulterior motive behind that whole thing. But it's like, what are we going to do? We're going to sacrifice our alliance with Europe as a whole and NATO just to get our hands on some minerals? It's like what? That's stupid. It's like come to an agreement with Europe or something to get it. Don't invade their sovereign territory.
Also, another thing, folks, and also, all the people are like, yeah, we have to take Greenland. It's like, do they realize how full of shit the whole Venezuela war was? The claim was, it's a socialist government. Oh, they have cartels. Oh, so we have to go to war with them to get rid of the socialist government and the cartels. So then what do? We bomb them for 2 hours. We nab Maduro. And after the war, this is the state of the situation. The socialist regime is still in charge of the country. Tren de Aragua and the rest of the cartels that were in Venezuela are still operating and still there, and we now get their oil. So we didn't achieve any of our 2 actual war goals or objectives that we were publicly stating, but we did get their oil. A little interesting that way, isn't it? It's like kind of like the whole thing that they drummed the public up on about Venezuela was just kind of like a crock of crap, and they didn't really care about any of that at all. And they just went on in there to get the oil. Like the socialist government of Hugo Chavez's that he founded in the early 2000s, still there and running with all the trimmings. It's just that Delcy Rodriguez is running it, not Nicolas Maduro. And also the cartels are still operating there because we blew up the Tren de Aragua cartel leader, I think like a month ago, which clearly shows that they're still there and operating for them to even have a cartel leader. So it's like, what kind of...
It also, by the way, you mentioned Nicolas Maduro real quick. Let's see, is Nicolas Maduro still in jail? Because, the last time I had heard, he was apparently shouting, like, in the dark in the jail, talking about, "I'm the president of Venezuela," and he was, like, going crazy and stuff inside the jail. So, I think they had him in the hole for a while. Like, they put him in solitary confinement. So that drives you crazy, by the way, from what I've heard. If you get put in there, it's like getting driven mad. But it says he's still in federal custody. He's at he's at MDC Brooklyn. That's a not a good one. That's where that fellow went missing in the cell. But let's see, awaiting trial on drug trafficking and narco terrorism charges. So apparently they still have him in there allegedly on that. So yeah, he's in there. I don't know if they have him in the hole still.
I wonder. I'm the president of Venezuela. Like, man, it's like,
It's like- Can you imagine that? Also, there was apparently it's weird. Like, there's a lot of like celebrity style people to get put in MDC Brooklyn, the Metropolitan Detention Center in New York. There's a lot of like celebrities that get put in there. Like, they put Nicolas Maduro in there. They put like a very controversial rapper in there. They put the unsavory guy from that island in there as well. Which
oh,
I
that's
don't
when
think
the
he ever made
cameras
it
went
out.
out.
Yeah, he never made it out of there. He apparently just, a little accident. But, he's a lot of people that are like kind of high profile in there.
Just so odd how it's such a lockdown facility until that one guy died, and for some reason the cameras weren't working. So odd that way, those odd electrical issues. They only pop up once every 10 years, but when they do, they pop up at like the most convenient time possible. It's kind of like, it's kind of like when the mafia would, do some shit in the middle of the streets of New York, and then after the fact, when the cops would show up, everyone would say they didn't see nothing and they didn't know nothing. Kind of like that. It's like, how
What
convenient.
Moida? He's the nicest guy around.
Look, little Snarky wouldn't kill nobody. He's a great guy. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. Nothing happened on the street. Sir, there's a dead guy in the middle of the street. There's blood all over the sidewalk. Yeah, what about it? There's nothing that happened here. Blood? That's tomato juice. That guy laying on the ground, he slipped and fell in it. What are you talking about here? Man, those old guys from New York, they really got away of, kind of just saying one thing and meaning a whole other. Just kind of lying about everything. Kind of fascinating. Like, I'm not saying all New Yorkers are like that. I'm just saying that those types of guys are kind of like that, a little fascinating. Make a note of that, folks. But make a note of that for a particular reason. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to get on and into the next one.
We also have here a $10 support from Cooper Belt, and thank you, Cooper, as well. It said, "Knock knock, who's there? I eat mop." Where's this going? I eat. What does this
I don't
mean?
understand.
What does this mean? I
What's
don't
the
understand this.
punchline?
I'm scared to read this. I feel like this is about to get me had or something. I feel like I don't know what this means right here. I don't know about this one right here. I just get into some of that territory I'm not so sure about anymore. But Enforcer, what say you?
We thank you greatly for the support. But that super chat is scaring us both. It's stalling us. It's kind of like throwing like a handkerchief in front of a horse and spooking us. But beyond that, though, a big thanks to your support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Truck and Shelf, who said, "Push to 700,000 subscribers, and come on, LSA, and let's push the Enforcers to 700K. Let's go, LSA, and like and subscribe, and let's go."
That'd be crazy if we made it to 700K one day. It'd be even crazier if we made it to 1 million someday, Like, I never believed that we make it even to 500,000, much less 609,000, I think is what we're about at right now. We've been hovering around that mark for, I think, a couple of weeks. So, if we can get it to 700,000, that would be amazing. 1 million would be mind-blowing. I wouldn't even be able to believe that. 1 million subscribers, folks. Think about that. Think about that. You know what? Actually, let me look at something here, Matthew. Let me go look at something here. See, I haven't looked at this in a while. So in the United States, damn, actually, we're pretty high up there. I didn't know that. In the United States, there are 33,000 YouTube channels that are larger than ours. Only 33,000 of them. Worldwide, we're the 148,000th largest YouTube channel on the platform. Man, I haven't looked at that number in a while. That's actually kind of wild right there. I cannot believe that. Nuts. Insane, really, when you look at that, folks. It's crazy, crazy. But still, I mean, we're very honored for that. And that'd be crazy, folks, if we made it to 1 million, because I don't know how many YouTube channels would be larger than ours at 1 million, but I don't think there's a lot of them. So a big thanks to you for your support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well, and hopefully we can someday. Hopefully we can. And we're on the next one.
You know, honestly, the truth of it is, obviously, I would love to have 1 million subscribers on the channel one day. But you know, over time, I've kind of like not really put as much importance on the subscriber number anymore. Like it used to be like a huge deal. I think once we passed 500,000, I was like, okay, like that's like a huge milestone. Like we passed 500,000, and you know, we're at 608 now. Obviously, I'm super grateful for 608,000 subscribers. But it's more about, in my opinion, now simply putting out like good short horror videos, good streams, and stuff like that, than necessarily just trying to rack up the subscriber count anymore. Like once you hit these numbers, it's like, okay, we're at the number. It's like, then you have to set a new goal. Then you have to be like, okay, now it's not 600 we're trying to hit. Now it's like 1 million. Like you just keep moving the goal back and back and back. It's like, you know, it's as long as the channel's doing good and the quality's still up there, that's all I really care about at this point.
Yeah, also, folks, the reality is that if YouTube completely deleted subscriber numbers, it wouldn't really matter, actually, funnily enough. The algorithm has worked for years where subscriber count doesn't have any impact on a channel and the algorithm. It's entirely based off of other algorithmic qualities, like the SEO or the search engine optimization, the click-through rate, the watch time, and a whole bunch of other stuff having to do with the like with the category, the factoring in of whether it's ad friendly or not. There's a whole bunch of things that you consider, but it's actually not subscribership. So you could have 5 million subscribers and you could do absolutely terrible. And you could have 50,000 subscribers and you could absolutely blow every video out of the water and it wouldn't matter at all. It's kind of weird that way. Like back in the day in YouTube, that number used to count, subscribership did, and you would actually get promoted more if you had more subscribers. But for a long time now, I think it's been for like over 10 years, it actually doesn't work that way. Really bizarre. Like when I think about it, it's like that's just so bizarre. You would think it would matter, but it actually doesn't. But still, we love to know that people are subscribing and have subscribed and do watch daily, because it means a lot to us. It's just sadly for the algorithm, apparently they don't care. But it's still a humongous thanks once again for support, Truck and Chef, and we are on to the next one.
We also have here a $10 support from Destroyer, who said there's a FFLO Latvian drone conducting reconnaissance with its transponder on over Latvia on the ADSB exchange in LSA.
Over lot? Oh, look at that! Look at that! It's a penguin. Oh, look at that! 6,200 feet, it's just flying around the Belarusian border. Look at that! It's just taking a little look-see. Very interesting.
What happened? You just flew it right in to the Belarus airspace. Just fly it on in there and see what happens. I mean, that's what Russia does.
I don't think anything would happen at all. But beyond that, though, a big thanks to you for your support and helping this channel to keep running, Destroyer X, and sharing that with us. And long live the Lee Spring Army. And we're on the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Cerebros3, who said, is there any economic data thus far showing oil gains from Venezuela or economic gains from tariffs that have filtered to citizens? And you two each pick something you want to talk about, please. And thank you for the news and the community. And I think the Venezuela thing, like to be totally fair, I think that did result in oil gains for the United States. Mainly the infrastructure that was paid and built by U.S. companies there. Those U.S. companies have been allowed to go back and take control of it again, I believe. So now, whether or not those passed down to citizens, I really doubt those passed down to citizens. That really was a benefit to the companies, the oil companies in America, not really a benefit to the citizenry. I mean, we're paying record high gasoline prices right now, so tell me if that's a benefit. Apparently not. We're still paying record high prices right now. Also, you two talk about, I'll let Andrew answer the first question, then we'll jump to that next part.
I would say, and it hasn't really done anything for anyone in Venezuela or here. Really, it was entirely for the oil companies. I would agree with Matthew on that. It was completely for the oil companies. It didn't change anything on the ground in Venezuela or here in the States for the United States. All it did was help the shareholders to get a little bit extra juice out of their stocks in the oil companies. So basically that was it. I mean, if there was a war that was ever fought for oil, it was that one, without a doubt. Literally nothing else came out of it rather than the oil companies got oil infrastructure basically back or for free, whichever way you look at it, in Venezuela. So now, moving us on to the second part, Matthew, hit us with that random topic. What do we got?
Oh, let's see here. Random topic that I want to talk about. Well, I mean, there's a lot on my mind, but we'll see here. What's something that we can talk about on the stream, though? Let's see here. You know, I really like, you know, it's like I have a lot of thoughts in my head, but I don't know which one to pick. What would you like to talk about while I think about it?
Oh boy, let's see here. Let me think myself. You know what, folks? I'm going to use the moment to exploit it. I'm going to talk about them railroads. Let's see here. You know what? I'm going to talk about something that I think is neat. The EMDFT demonstrator. Let me show you one of these
I
here.
could have never guessed that.
I mean, honestly, man, like I had to default back to something that I'm thinking of. You know what? No, no, no. You know what? You know what? I'll show you all this really quickly. This will just be like a little bonus side point. EMDFT demonstrator. Boom, right there. First of the EMDF series, really cool. But I want to show y'all something else. How about that Hell Let Loose Vietnam? That's right, folks. Vietnam in your computer. I actually got this game a couple of days ago when it released, and I've been playing it, and it has been super fun. I've actually run into a couple of fans on there. Big shout out to them if they're watching. They would get in the chat and be like, "Hey, dude, I know you," and I'll be like, "Oh, dang!" Because whenever I play a game, folks, it is fun. It actually is kind of fun to a degree for people to not know you. So like, but when people know us, it's really cool to like get to hear that they're like, "Oh, hey, I really appreciate the show and stuff," and I'm like, "Oh, hey, thank you so much." But then I kind of feel honestly, folks, like whenever like someone's like, "Hey, I know you," it's like, "Oh, dang," it's like they have expectations, and I'm going to fall below them. That's what I generally think in my head whenever I'm like in my free time or anything. But beyond that, though, this game is incredible. I mean, honestly, folks, there's been so many Vietnam war story experiences that have come out of this game that it is something. There was a time that I was with a squad and we were pushing through the jungle to the next point, and someone said, "Wait, stop!" And like we all stopped and we heard the bushes rustling still like in front of us, and they said, "The VC, they're here." And then everything opened up like 5 seconds later, like every AK, every M16, every M60. It was a humongous firefight. No one saw anyone. You were just firing into the bushes and stuff and hoping to hit something. And I did. I hit one guy, but they wiped us out. Like they wiped all of us out in like the next 30 seconds. But it was crazy. I mean, honestly, this game, in my opinion, is great. I thought it was really fun. It really is very immersive. Like I knew a decent amount of Vietnam veterans, and they would tell you the stories of, you're fighting in the jungle, you can't see anyone, you could be right on top of them, and you still wouldn't see them. And this game emulates that perfectly in every single way. It really gives you almost like kind of like a horror game vibe. Like it is actually kind of scary. Like when you're in the dead silent of something and you hear the bushes rustling next to you a little bit of ways, it's like that's either another American or that's the NVA, and you don't know which until they're literally face to face with you. It's a really cool game. I think it's a really fun one. And also, NE 1877 said, "I finally unlocked the M16 with a grenade launcher." Well, are you lucky? I haven't been able to get that yet. I've been playing Engineer. I play Commander, if Commander's actually really fun. This is the first game I ever did this in. But Commander is super fun. I love playing Commander. But the other thing that I do is I play Engineer, and Engineer is great. I've gotten the law and the RPG maxed out almost, but I still haven't gotten the grenade launching M16. But giving it back over to Matthew. Matthew, what random topic do you want to talk about?
So why are we here? That's the question. Why are we here? Try to think back before you were born. What do you think about?
What type of an off topic is this? You're supposed to talk, like,
Well, yeah, I said talk about something you want to talk about, please. I mean, this is the thoughts that's on my mind, like occasionally and stuff like that. So I mean, it's just what were you thinking? So I was going to do something light and something like audience friendly.
yeah, something fun, like rather than making everyone question their existence.
Well, I mean, you should. I mean, don't you question your existence?
I question it, but I question it on my own in silence. That's how I do it, man. It's introspection. Like I ask questions about everything on myself, but I don't ask
Okay.
that publicly.
Let me make it a little bit. Let me make it a little bit lighter. Let me make it a little bit lighter. Okay. So you know how a computer, right? You turn it on, like you turn on a software application in a computer, and you let it run, and you just leave it there. It uses RAM, it uses CPU, it simply runs. But what happens to that program when you shut it down?
It turns off.
But does the program, let's say it's a game, like it's an open world game or something like that, does the game continue while it's off, or is it just paused in place? And how do you not know that's your daily life when you wake up?
Well, technically, a game is kind of put into a state of suspended animation when you turn it off, because if you save it, it's going to save everything as it was when you saved it. So you're going to be coming back to that snapshot in time. Um, but I mean,
Isn't that sleep? So you're technically putting it to sleep.
I guess in a way, but it's not really a conscious decision of the game. It's more so.
What if when you go to sleep, like as a human, and you go to sleep at night, What if that's actually not something you chose to do voluntarily, but instead simply the illusion of choice, and you're simply going to sleep because that's what the software program was closed down at that exact time, and it's cleanly cut down when you go to sleep.
But if it was like how a video game was saved, wouldn't that just happen at any time of the day and you would have absolutely no clue? You wouldn't have to go to sleep. Like, like if you were in a game, it could just shut off right now, like while we're talking, and turn back on again in 4 months, and you would have absolutely no clue because everything would have just carried on as it had normally. So why would you have to go to sleep for that?
When you shut a program down, it goes through a shutdown sequence. So it might be your time of getting into bed. Maybe it's like the shutdown sequence. But outside of that, though, I didn't intend to go that deep with it. Talking about something, I'll quickly talk about this. I'll talk about motorcycles for a minute. Motorcycles, they're great. They're good stuff. They're like motorcycles are great, right? Like don't you agree?
Yeah, go on.
But I had you see though, I was asking you a question, but the motorcycles are great though. But the problem is though, when I moved out here to Utah, they took my motorcycle license away because apparently they didn't like the Alabama one of it. So I haven't been able to ride a motorcycle ever since I've been out here, and there's perfect riding roads all over the place, and I can't ride a motorcycle. So I would have to go back and retake the entire test over again. The learner's motorcycle part of it, the written test, the on-bike test, all that crap over and over and over again. So I just chose not to get a motorcycle out of all that right there because honestly, I would probably get one again, but it's just so much work. And also, I see a lot of people suggesting motorcycles. I see one visual said BMW 1000 RRM. Well, that's expensive as hell. It's like car money. That's a nice bike though, but it's expensive, very expensive, I will say. But yeah, that's my topic right there.
How you liking it out here at the lake? You like living at the lake?
What do you mean the lake?
You
Oh,
like
you mean
living
that lake?
Matthew, where do we live? We live in Salt Lake City. We're living
Yeah,
near
with
the
more than
lake.
one lake.
Well, do you like living near the lake?
Yeah, except for the part where I've gotten like asthma from like the arsenic floating around.
I honestly, Matthew, you had that before we moved here, though. You had that back in Alabama.
I think it just might be a tick.
Honestly, man, I think you need to get it checked out. Like, honestly, like real talk, like even
Well, yeah, I need
outside
to
the
go. What
stream.
am I? What do you think I'm going to go? I need to go to the vet.
No, you need to go to a doctor. Like, get it checked out. Like, it's clearly a respiratory issue. You keep having it. I mean, maybe it's some kind of like athletic asthma or something.
I
Like
think it's
because
a tick. I think it's a tick. Like whenever I try to like enunciate my words like really well, like on stream or on a video, that's when it starts up. Like it starts up then. I don't know if it's like like putting thought into it and getting anxious or something like that. I'm not really necessarily anxious right now, like just talking, but I don't know what it is really. It feels like something that might be more psychological than like physiological.
I have a feeling that there's probably I would still have it checked out by a doctor because I think there's actually a physiological answer to that. Because it's really weird. Like you do it all the time when we're I actually thinking about it, you actually don't do it all the time. You only do it when we're on air. Like it's like actually
That's
come to
that's,
think
that's
of
my
it.
theory.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
that's my
yeah.
theory.
Actually, yeah, that's starting to make more sense. Maybe you need to go see a shrink.
I mean, shit. I mean, man, I need to go see it. I need to go see the shrink. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know about all that. I don't know
I
about
don't know
shrinks.
either. I mean, really, like, man, like, I kind of just threw that out there. I was like, I don't know about that either. But I mean, like, I don't know. Maybe I don't know, man. I mean, like, I don't. It's just weird though, because like you like every time you talk on air. I know, joke, folks. Come to think of it, like when I was starting to think of that after he said that, I was like, yeah, actually, he doesn't do that when we're off air at all. Like we could be riding somewhere and I could be in the car with him for like an hour and he won't cough once. We get on air and he'd be like, yeah, I'll be like, what the hell's going on with him? Like,
Man, I feel it from time to time. I'm not sure what it is. I feel it like, occasionally from time to time. Like whenever I'm making short videos, I'll feel it pretty strongly. Like sometimes I have to redo a couple of takes at the beginning, not because I'm messing up, what the news topic is, but just because the cough starts acting up in the middle of it. So I think it is. Pell Smith might be right. It might be like a anxious induced cough or something like that. It could be something like that. I hate to say that because I'm like, I don't even know how to get something like that under control. It's like, how do you even stop something like that? So I have no idea. So, I just fight through it.
man, Tom Ashman said frontal lobotomy, bro. Like that's going way to the extreme. Damn. Nah, he doesn't need a frontal lobotomy for that. That's ridiculous, Tom Ashman. What?
You need one?
Honestly, you know what? Honestly, I've heard that it's kind of therapeutic. I could go for one on an afternoon, like a little lobotomy, like just a little thing. I'm just kidding, by the way, folks. Never do that. And also, that's illegal here in the country now, so you can't even do that. But beyond that, though, It is weird. It's weird, come to think of it, now that you brought that up, yeah, you don't cough at all off air, you only cough on air. So maybe it is like an anxiety-induced sort of like a cough thing. Do you feel stressed when you like are on the show?
I feel stressed all the time, man. I stay stressed. This is the way I've been my entire life.
Man, he's always been stressing real. Like, man,
Man, I've
like
always
honestly,
been my baseline anxious levels is probably higher than most people's, I'd imagine. I don't know why it's like that. It could be childhood stuff or something like that. I'm not sure really why it's like that. But I don't know. Like sometimes it's just a doozy sometimes.
I'll tell you something, folks. I can't. We don't want to really get into great details, but I'll tell you all something. We had to deal with a lot of stuff behind the scenes over the past 2 years. That absolutely stressed me out to hell. Like to the point that a lot of nights I would quite literally get no sleep. I would just feel my heart pounding through my chest and I would be staring into my pillow, laying on my stomach, trying to go to sleep and I couldn't. So, um after dealing with that for quite a while, I've gotten to the point afterwards that I don't really feel stressed about anything at all. Like it's very like to be honest with y'all folks, it's really hard to even feel excited about some things because like I feel like my emotions were absolutely shot and fried from having to deal with all of that stupidity that we had to deal with for quite some time. Luckily, we don't have to deal with that anymore. Like I'll tell you that bright side, we don't have to deal with that at all anymore. But when we did, it was absolutely horrific. Like it was probably the worst stress that I've ever had to deal with. And whenever I tell people the actual story behind it, a lot of people are like, you ought to write a book on it. And I'm like, no, I don't really want to. Like, I'd rather just leave that in the past and move on. But I'll tell you, like, Matthew always feels stressed. Nowadays, I hardly ever feel stressed about anything. So
But see, nobody really knows. Nobody really knows. Like when somebody describes, like they're like, "Oh, I'm an anxious person." It's like that can mean anything. Like that's not an objective measure. Like you don't know until you're in that person's head. Like their version of anxious might be the next person's like walk in the park. Like you never can tell like what people are describing until you fully get a gist of it to a certain degree. But for some people it's like crippling. For some people it's just like something that's like you can remain high functioning and have it. It's just a spectrum. Not to be cliche, but it's like a spectrum of like stuff with that. But yeah, I just like my entire life I've just generally kind of been like that. Like I've overthink the hell out of everything. Like I've just always kind of had like a very strong like internal dialogue in my head my entire life. Like just I overanalyze the hell out of everything pretty much all the time. It's actually a blessing, like in our line of work right now, because that actually helps us come up with good analysis, like on the stream. It's also helped me out with, academics and stuff like that. But it makes, like, it makes other stuff a living hell sometimes, like it just does. Like it's like when I hear, like, for example, not that I necessarily like the guy, but I can understand when he says it. Like when Elon Musk says his mind's a storm, I can kind of understand that to a certain degree because I can kind of relate to that to a certain degree. But yeah, it's just a on and off thing.
Yeah, just an on and off thing. I saw someone ask, "Oh, well, what was the stress from? Was it from like moving or Alabama?" I'll put it shortly. It's one of the main reasons why I do not like Alabama is because really, like Alabama's probably a fine place, but from the lens that we viewed it in the way that we grew up in, it was not at all great. It felt miserable most of the time. And honestly, that's one thing that's a breath of fresh air from Utah is that it feels like we kind of got to move, well, we quite literally did get to move away from all of it and kind of go and start a new chapter in a sense, which is quite nice. So, not to get into it a whole lot because it has a lot of like personal kind of stuff in it for both of us. That's kind of like the brief synopsis overview sort of a thing. It's really more of an Alabama thing than anything. Not disrespecting the state. Like I think I trashed the state a great deal. And looking back at it, Alabama isn't a bad place. It's just what we dealt with was really bad. Like it wasn't good. And I think that really impacted a lot of my view of Alabama and made it to where I just loathed the place. When in reality, it wasn't as great as Salt Lake is, but it wasn't terrible either. I mean, there was some pretty decent stuff there, and there were a lot of nice people that I know that are still friends of mine. But there were some other
Oh yeah.
things that weren't really grand.
Yeah, usually, like typically speaking, I can generally identify people very quickly, like just from talking to somebody for a short while, like generally how their childhood was like. Like most problems people have as adults came from childhood. That's just psychologically the case. So if somebody in the modern day is kind of like anxious or they're like high strung or something like that, I can almost guarantee it's not every single time, but a lot of the time, that person had a difficult childhood most of the time. They'll sometimes admit it or sometimes won't. But that's generally the case. Like most of that stuff is in your formative years when you're like, I don't know what the years are. It's like when you're like, well, I think like 8 to 15 or something like that. Like your really formative years when you're like developing a sense of self. That's when it really kicks in. If you have bad influences around you or like a bad environment, it kind of gets baked into your personality to a large degree, and then you have to sort of fight the rest of your life to overcome it. Which is, I think everybody's got that these days with the kind of world we're living in.
Yeah, I think so. I really honestly I think everyone's got it. It's just in different ways, like from different things. But and and generally like folks when I almost turned RFK there. But generally they're like everyone always likes to say, "Oh, this person had it worse and this person didn't and I have it bad." Honestly, everyone's got it in their own way. I kind of I try and have like a bit of respect for everybody because it's like, like when I hear people who say, I had like a good upbringing and it was great, but then this thing happened where someone like did something terrible to me that was a stranger. It's like that's something I can't really relate to. I never had that happen to me. I had something else, or both Matthew and me had something else that we kind of like lived in. But it was, it's like, I can't discredit what they feel. It's probably the worst thing in the world for them because that's their only point of comparison for the worst thing ever. And the worst thing ever for everyone is going to be the worst thing ever, even if it's not comparable. So, it's like, I generally get that from folks, but I saw, I saw someone say, "Hey, y'all sound like y'all have some trauma." Oh yeah. Believe me, we do. I don't like to harp on that, and I don't like to use it as a crutch though, because I don't like when people do that. But yeah, I mean, there was some stuff that we dealt with that if we told you the story behind it and we told you the details, the few like I only tell close friends that kind of a story, but when I tell them that story, every single one of them goes, "Damn, that's rough." And I'm like, "Yeah, it was rough, but made it through to the other side." For better or for worse, but made it through, and that's just life, making it through one thing to the next and trying to keep the old flag flying just like we do here in the country. So with that,
You just gotta power through it. You gotta power through. I mean, we just powered through it most of the time as well. Like for whatever all the stuff we're kind of like dancing around a little bit. You just power through it. Like we've what's really wild about this is a lot of the stuff was happening while the channel was running a very long time, and the channel was the one thing that stayed stable all the time. Actually, that was a miracle in itself, really. That the channel was able to stay stable through literally college, law school, everything. It stayed stable. So I mean, it's a miracle the channel exists today. To be perfectly honest, because there was a lot of things working against it.
Yeah, honestly, man, thinking about it, like honestly, folks, the crazy thing is, and this is why me personally, I'm very attached to the channel a great deal. Like as far as like the channel is, like I look at the channel, and I know Matthew does too, but the channel is me, and Matthew probably looks at the channel as the channel being him, because at some points while running this, and we would never say this on air, we would get on air every single night and just sound happy as punch, and and also that was part real because we loved running the show, but I mean, hell, there was times that this channel was besieged on all sides. Best way to put it. There was like the hot dog man trying to destroy the channel in his own way by just lying about the show and trying to have it brought down, while at the same time, people that you would expect to support you were also saying that the channel was worth nothing. You're basically a bum for running it. And it just came from every direction, and we would have to live under that pressure every single day, and try and keep the show running. And I don't even know how we did it, but we did. And then also on top of that, we were going either full-time to law school while doing this, or full-time to college and also doing this as well on top of all that.
That was nuts. That was nuts during the law school times. I told somebody about that a few days ago about the law school schedule and stuff like that, and they were like, "What the hell? Like, how the hell do you? How the hell do you do that?" I was operating on 4 hours of sleep like most nights, like going to law school, doing the channel at night, and doing all this stuff like that because we were obviously like needing to fund the law school, the whole thing. So I had to work during the whole process, and the channel was the work that we were doing. So that was wild. Like, I mean, that was living hell. Like that was legitimately living hell. Like doing that, like 4 hours of sleep a night, getting up, having to study for the law school, go there under that stressful environment of going to law school every day, and then get on a stream later and do all this like right now. I mean, that was honestly, that was way too much. Like that's pushing the limit for any person. Like that's really just too much. There's a certain level where it's like, okay, you're really like, you're on your grind, you're going hard. And then there's a certain level of now it's getting absurd. Like you're just overdoing it.
Yeah, that definitely was it. I remember I was never really a big fan of law school. I didn't really want to do it, but I had to. And now I'm still paying off the debt. So a wonderful thing about that. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on to the next one.
And our next one's going to go to none other than it's going to be Ross who puts in a $50 support. And thank you, Ross, as well for the 50. He said anxiety can be a bitch. But honestly, it can be. It can be. I'm not sure. I'm not sure about all the specifics like about it. I'm not a psychologist, obviously, but I've heard and can also say that it definitely can be. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say a huge thanks to your support, Ross, and I would say it certainly is. I've only ever felt extremely anxious a few times in my life. And those times I can only describe anxiety as a pure state of absolute paralyzing terror. I don't feel that a lot. I hardly feel much of anything these days, rather than every once in a while a good bit of joy, but that's from like certain things. But beyond that, though, I never really feel scared, stressed, or anxious anymore about a lot of stuff. Because I
That's
think
not really anxiety though. That's not really it. Like it's a real anxiety is an actual condition. Like it's not just where you like feel like in situations you feel that way. It's like something that's like baked into you, like where you have like constant sweating, nonstop running thoughts. Like it's something that just exists like with you. It's not really necessarily like you're just feeling anxious. It's like it's a part of you. Like that's what I think Ross is referring to.
well, I mean, that's an anxiety disorder. You can also just feel anxiety normally, like where it comes in spurts, where it's not a permanent sort of a thing. And that's what I've dealt with. And for me, like that's pretty rough because the only times I've ever felt anxious, it's quite literally paralyzing and debilitating for me. I'm so panicked about what is coming around the corner. I can hardly do anything at all. Like I'm almost stuck in place, just frozen like a statue, terrified to do anything because of what the outcome's going to be. And that's only happened to me maybe 4 times in my life, for like a day at a time. But and a lot of those,
Got yourself lucky then.
probably three of those 4 days were just like within the past 2 years. But generally, I don't feel much. I don't really feel much of any of that anymore. I think honestly, it's because we kind of been removed from an environment where that was felt 24/7, or where you could get in a state like that 24/7. But I think another part of it is that kind of burned me out for feeling stressed or panicked or anything is what we went through for the last 2 years.
Yeah, probably so. But yeah, count yourself lucky you don't deal with that because it's a nightmare.
Man, real. Like, luckily I don't. But still, with that, a big thanks to your support and help with this channel to keep it running, Ross. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Cerebros3 once again, and thank you very much, Cerebros, as well. And they said, don't know your youth, but people with different ones are shocked when I answer childhood questions growing up in the swamps of Florida before joining the military and getting out. And my environment taught me what I did not want to be. And we didn't, honestly, that kind of sounds actually kind of like what we were. Like, we didn't grow up in a place that was like horribly bad, like to the level where it's like you're about to get stabbed or something like that. But it was like a level or two up from that. It was not a good environment, I'll say. Like, I would have preferred to have been in a different environment myself, but didn't really get a choice in the matter. But uh, honestly, though, like I can relate to that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I can relate. I think we can both relate to that. But the thing is that what what we're talking about, it doesn't really have to do with like the conditions materially in which we grew up in. Most of the time when we were in school, people would call us the rich kids. But and it's like I'm not rich, my parents are. It's like I'm just trying to get through school. Like, and I would always try and make friends with people as much as I could, but it was completely for naught. They just hate you, no matter what. So, as far as that went, that wasn't bad, but everything else everything else was not great. To put it that way, like every time you went to school, the teachers were against you, the students were against you, and I would remember, folks, like I still remember this to this day. I just wanted people to like me, like, and actually try and make friends and get along with the teachers. I would go out of my way, like, and I would go above and beyond to make sure that I always turned in my work on time, that I was always putting the maximum effort, because I thought that would make the teachers maybe like me to some extent. If I made sure to dedicate myself to whatever class I was in and to try and get the good marks, I would always try and relate to people and say, hey, what's wrong? And like maybe give a word of advice if they seem down, or try and get along with people to try and make friends. And it would never work. The teachers would either be indifferent or largely hostile. The students would always go out of their way to just crap on both of us. But I know in my personal experience, just go out of their way to crap on me when I try and like crack a joke with them or something. And it was never directed at them. It'd just be a general joke at all. And
But you were in the like the special like thing, weren't you?
the gifted education thing.
Yeah, gift. Yeah,
Yeah.
gift is what I meant.
Yeah, I'm not that like no, that's kind of putting it another way. But yeah, it was.
Yeah, I mean that was I don't know. Do they even have that anymore?
Yeah, I think they do, but instead of calling it gifted education, which it was GE, I think it's called gifted and talented education, which I kind of feel is like getting like a little bit more like narcissistic sounding. Like
I
it
didn't
just
like
kind of,
that.
huh?
I didn't like that whole thing. I felt like that was like, it's like, what's the point of like moving people into different programs? I was in that program for a year, like during like I think it was like elementary school or something, or middle school or something like that. But it's like I never really liked that, to be honest. I'm like, why is it like we're pulling kids out and making all the other ones feel like they're like not smart or something like that? It's like, what's the point? I didn't ever get the point of it, really. I thought it was kind of stupid.
Yeah, it was kind of dumb. Like basically, folks, if y'all don't know what gifted education or GATE is, in second grade they would give you an IQ test. They would give an IQ test to every single student in school, and if you scored above, I believe it was a 125 or a 130 IQ based off of the IQ test, they would put you in this program called gifted education. And when I took the IQ test, apparently, I think the story is that I scored like an IQ of 135 or 140 or something, and they were like, "Wow, we got to put him in the gifted education program." So they smacked me into it. And honestly, like looking back at it, I really don't even get the point of it, because we kind of just be brought off into another room and we would like watch videos or get taught about stuff like ancient Egypt, and stuff like. Honestly, I think that might have been a little bit of a help in me getting my kick in history and getting started in that. But I really don't get it looking back at it. I didn't really understand it. And they would say, oh, later on, a lot of these kids who have like high IQs are going to like absolutely crash and burn by eighth grade. They're just going to start failing everything. I never
A
did.
lot of them did.
Yeah, a lot of them did, but I never did. And I was like, I don't really get how that's the case. It's like this stuff's easy. It's a breeze. Like, I always thought the school was a breeze except for math. I suck at math, but everything else I would get like a high A or a B or a very, very high B. And I was like, well, shit, it's like, this isn't hard. It's like, it's like, why in the world is everyone else just giving up and not doing anything? Like, I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't get it either.
Yeah, me either. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
Someone said, "What sort of CIA sleeper program did y'all do?" LOL. Oh, trust me, it definitely wasn't no sleeper program. Trust me.
Oh,
For like
no.
some of those people, they were getting slept on. Let's put it. Put it. But anyways, moving on to our next one. This one goes to Crin Harsey, who puts in a $20 support. And thank you very much, Crin Harsey, for that 20. They said, "Please take care of yourselves, take the breaks you need, and keep up the great work providing the news, fellas." And one of my fears is I'll wake up in the whole world being at war again.
Yeah, that's a concern. That is certainly a concern. And I gotta say a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel keep running, and thank you for enjoying the show and helping us to keep it on air so we can keep this thing rolling on the day in and day out. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Gary Schreiber, and thank you very much, Gary, for that 10. Excuse me. We just need to move into a war economy before the big World War III really takes off, and have it now so we're not playing catch up. And it's what China is doing right now, maybe. And what's your thoughts?
I don't think China's in a war economy. They're actually very much in a consumer economy, because their military spending is exceedingly low. I mean, they spend, I think, 70% less than we do on their military. So they're certainly not in a war economy, because they have a GDP that is about 60%, 66% of ours, but they spend about something like hell, actually, like about 33% of what we spend on the military. So the metric's actually about the same. For military spending per GDP, they're actually spending the same percentage amount. So I would say we don't really need to get into a war economy, because it would also, like we little turtle said, it would actually hurt a lot of people economically. We only need to enter a war economy once we've entered into a war, but we do need to make sure that we're ready to fight a war and enter a wartime economy and have all of that planning and all of that prep work done in advance, so that way, if we have to, it's as simple as quite literally flipping a switch instead of having to figure out how to do all of that on the spot. So a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Thomas Schott. He said, what would be the full impact if Iran cut the internet cables at the bottom of the Hormuz? And also, thanks for the great reporting, Enforcers.
It wouldn't really affect a great deal in the outside world. It would sever everyone's internet connections in the Middle East, though. But I don't think for the outside world it would have that much of an impact, from what I know at least. But once again, I'm not really an internet expert or anything, so I might be completely wrong on that one. Take that one with a grain of salt. But a big thanks to you for your support, and we're on the next one.
We also have here a $10 support from Gary Schreiber. He said, time, how long it takes to get ready, drive to the place, grab grub, the time it takes to get the food, and then drive and eat it and then drive home takes more time than to make a meal at home. And not for me, it doesn't. It takes more time to make the meal at home for me. I think it's because I'm not a good cook. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, we're Salt Lake City is super nice this way that it has the grid layout for the roads, and that means that everything that you could ever want is usually within 2 miles of your place. So as long as you're not out there at 5 o'clock on the dot, you can get anywhere and back to the house within minutes, quite literally minutes. So I've found that it's a lot less time consuming to get the food out and then bring it home than it is to try and cook. Because I know how long it takes Matthew to cook. I've never really cooked once we've gotten here, but I know how long it takes Matthew to cook, and that is pretty much all the free time I have in a day before the show. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Justin, and thank you, Justin, as well. He said, this is for your sunscreen, Andrew, and thanks for the continuous hard work, TTA.
Hey, and a big thanks to your support, and thank you for the sunscreen fund. I kind of need it. My arms have gotten tan. Tan from external exposure. But huge thanks to your support, and we're on to the next one.
Honestly, I've gotten really tan. I go outside all the time, so I'm constantly out there. I don't wear any sunscreen, so I'm actually probably the most tan I've ever been in my life right now, actually. But moving into our next one here, this one goes to Cerberus3, who puts in a 10. He said, last jewelry tidbit, to treat white gold, you use a rhodium treatment via enclosed chemical reaction. So when, sir, the beautiful hair enforcers propose to partners, don't do white gold, it's a scam, so sad.
Thank you for the support, Sir Rosen, and helping the channel to give a running share of that fact was in a nice little joke right there. I'll have to put that in the notes and try and keep that in memory as well. And so a big thanks to you for the support, and we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from TV, and thank you, TV, as well. They said things will kick off after the primaries. Until then, it's tit for tat, I guess.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Hell of a trade, isn't it?
Man, a little just for a little bit of that. Man.
I don't know. Did we ever find out what the hell that actually meant?
Let's see. Is
it sure as hell doesn't sound like a good trade to me?
Let's see here. So, oh boy. Oh, wait a minute. So actually, in the 16th century, it originated as tip for tap. That sounds even worse. But it meant you would tip someone's hat off and then they tap you on the face with a slap or something. But then for some reason it evolved to tit for tat. It even says that. It doesn't even give an answer as to when that happened. I'm guessing it was tat? The 60s. It was the time of love, and it was the summer of love. Man, I think that's one of them things. Man, give me that. Just give me some of tat. It's tit for tat. You give a little bit of this, you get a little bit of that. I think that's what it means. Maybe I don't really know, but
yeah, I think it's tat and then felony.
Man, real, real. But anyways, we are on to the next one.
Our next one goes to Joe Hobo, who puts in a $17 support. Thank you, Joe, as well, for the 17. He said, can we crowdsource Andrew a girlfriend? Division of labor creates efficiency and must love history, guns, and making sandwiches. Email Matt. Don't email me. I can't be getting emailed like that.
Oh, I'm good. Believe me, I'm quite all right in that regard. I'm taken care of there. So a big thanks to you for the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Game Theory. He said, that hot dog man, damn.
And a big thanks to you for the support, Game Theory. And that's such a long time ago, and that guy has fallen off so hard into failure. No one even knows who the hell he is anymore, which is honestly the way I like it. That guy is a bastard. I don't mean to be vengeful, folks, but that's one person I am quite vengeful on. If anything, if nothing but bad stuff came on that guy for the rest of his life, like nothing but tough breaks, I'd be like, oh well. Like I wouldn't be like, oh, that's unfortunate. I'd be like, well, he gave everyone else a tough break his whole life, so it goes around comes around. But
Man,
anyways,
I pity the fool.
man, I do not. Like, man, it's like that bastard literally went around after he did that to us, and he did that to every single other person that he knew of by name. It's like that is an absolute bastard. Like, it didn't matter whether you were helping the guy or whether you didn't like the guy. It's quite literally the same personality type as the President of the United States. Not something to be envied. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Peter Burra, and thank you very much, Peter, for the 10. Excuse me. He said, the great thing watching you guys from the start is it was great to see when you made your mind up that it was what you wanted to do. I'm glad. I love that you're here in LSA.
I wanted to do this for a long time. I never thought that YouTube would actually be a working career, though, because I was always told that was for bums and losers. So during COVID, I was like, you know what? I want to try it. I want to try this. I want to try and make a video and do this, and I did. And I made 2 of them, and they did well, actually. I thought they did poorly. They got like 500 views each. But when you're a channel with literally 5 subscribers and you just started, that's actually amazing. Like, don't ever be dissuaded by that. That's actually incredible to get 500 views. But at the time, I had like this super inflated idea, oh, I'm going to get hundreds of thousands of views on these, and I didn't. So I was like, oh, it's a failure. And then I went to doing gaming on a gaming channel. Well, the same channel here, gaming channel. And then when the Ukraine war started, I was like, oh my God, I was like, I can actually cover that. Like, daily, and also I have a friend over there that I knew at the time, and I was like, I want to kind of try and tell him what's going on. So I started the show, and then it turned into this. Started the daily show, and then it turned into this, and it's crazy to really think about that because I never thought it was going to work, and really everyone around me was never really supportive of it. To put it that way and be as vague about that as possible, everybody said that it was basically like the work of a bum and a loser, and it was going to end up going nowhere and no one would care, and a lot of people did care, and it did go somewhere. So looks like I'm still here, and Matthew's still here, and those people are wrong. So with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Otst Moody, and thank you, Otst, for the 5. They said, last week I popped in and mentioned the Russian Northern Fleet, and they had been cleaned up and prepped in sat photos, and here we are.
Oh yeah, they got a scrub on the outside and a little bit of a fresh coat of paint, but I can promise you none of their weapon systems are still working. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Tisoka, who said that this aerial exercise by NATO was a show of force due to the recent drone incursions from Russia.
I would agree. I think it is that, and I also think it's showing them that if they tried a full-blown war, they get what's coming to them. So a big thanks to you for your support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Cerberus3, who said, do enforcers need to contact the Razum fundraiser for a Ukrainian awesome partner to teach them how to cook and get both of them moving through the pain? And one from the chat, please.
No. No, we're good on that regard. I think we can learn cooking on our own. But I do thank you greatly for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. We will make sure to get one from the chat. So what do we got, Matthew?
And the one for the chat's going to go to Judy from the live chat. He said, do you think that there will be a draft in the United States?
I don't think so. That would be so politically unpopular. It would be party ending, quite literally. Like, if anybody at this point in the modern day tried to start a draft, unless if it was necessary for national defense, like we were at, like someone attacked us and we were at war, like World War II. If the Democrats did that, the Democrats are getting slaughtered in the elections. Guess just disconnected. We were speaking too much truth. We were speaking too much truth. All right, we're back. But I would say no matter the party.
Hello?
We're back. Hello there? Hello?
Oh, okay. You just came back in.
Oh, damn. Man, that was a disconnect across the board. But I generally think that would be party ending, political party ending here in the United States. That no matter the party that tried to call that forward, no one's going to be in support of that. So big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Ian Mitson, who puts in the 5 and said, kicking a hornet's nest and then running away and burying your head in the sand, leaving everybody else to take a hit. So embarrassing.
And a big thanks to you for the support, Ian Mitson. And I gotta say, It is quite embarrassing. That's a really good way to describe what we did in the Middle East, but that's what the president does. He goes around and sets fires, and then it's everyone else's problem, and he never set them. And if you say that he set them, then you're fake news or something. You know, it's very annoying that way. Usual shtick. Many such cases. But a big thanks to you for support and help with this channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from JSGO Sniper, who said it's like Denmark or any EU country coming over and flat out declaring that they're going to annex Puerto Rico into their territory. They're kind of a little delusional.
Like real. Like, yeah, they are. And I would agree. It's a very stupid idea to just go around annexing territories that we don't even need to annex because we're already there. It's like saying, "Oh, we need to annex Japan for military bases." It's like we already have them. You don't need to do that. If you want to build more of them, just go to Japan and tell them you want to build more of them. They're going to say yeah, like they're going to say no. Like, hell, we basically give them free protection at that point. Of course you're gonna say yeah. Like, the concept of it is stupid as hell. Like, when I say, like, really honestly, all of the president's concepts in foreign policy is stupid. Like, NATO is pointless and weak. It's like, it's the strongest military alliance in the world. Like, that's just a delusional take to say that. Like, China's better. Like, Europe has a collective defense spending almost equal to ours. China spends $300 billion a year. Who's gonna be stronger? I would bet Europe would be stronger, because qualitatively they're spending more, so the quality must be improved. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $5 support from Game Theory, who said, "Hey Matt, oh Lord, let's see, oh man, I don't know about this one. I don't know about this one.
We can't be ostracized by the community out here, Game Theory. Like you can't do it to us. You can't do it to us."
Man, I don't know if I can do this one. I think some people are gonna be mad with me if I do this one."
Well, I thank you for the support, Game Theory, but sadly we can't do that one because it is we do not want to be ostracized. like we like it out here. We don't want to be ostracized. But a big thanks to your support and help with this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, the allegations too. Geez, man, I'll tell you, the allegations are about to be strong. They're about oh, whatever. But anyways, though, moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Barry Pies, who puts in a 5, and thank you, Barry Pies, as well. Also, by the way, Vulcan Viking, yours is coming up here in just a minute, by the way. But Barry Pies put in a 5 and said, "Had a good day off?" Question mark. I did have a very good day off, actually. Had a good time. But they said, "I'm on a holiday in Poland. I've flown on my birthday and had Miodenik cake on a train from Krakow. And Polish foreign minister proposed creation of European Legion. And any thoughts?"
It sounds like a neat idea. I would be in support of it. And also, I gotta say, really cool to hear that you're on a train to Krakow. Cool city, by the way. Really neat one. Here's a little picture of it. Oh, beautiful. Look at that. Krakow, beautiful place. But beyond that, though, a big thanks to your support. And I also got to add, let's see. Had a good day off, of course. I modeled a rail car. I love that. You know, I love modeling rail cars. They're wonderful. And when I get off of air tonight, I'm either doing one of two things. I'm playing Hell Let Loose Vietnam, or I'm modeling another rail car on top of the last one I just did. I'm not sure which, but I'm going to be figuring that out once I get off of air. But a big thanks to your support and help with this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Joppy, who said, "Enforce them after the stream's over. I recommend you check out the situation with the U.S. bonds and what's happening with them worldwide." And I have seen that. It looks like our bond yields are going up here in the United States, which is not a good sign. That's usually a sign of not good things to come, usually financially, at least in my opinion. So it looks like it's bad. And also, we know what Russian bonds are doing. They're imploding still to this day. So it's kind of global. But Enforcer, what say you?
Oh, I'd have to say it's not looking good. I would agree with Matthew. It's not looking good. It's looking bad. Don't even have to be an economist to know that one. It's not looking good. But a big thanks to you for support, and we're on the next one.
And on the next one here goes to Bobo Vasquez, who puts in a 5 and said, "There's only enough for one Costco chicken. Battle it out Mortal Kombat style, LSA."
You know, I'm going to let Matthew have it. He's probably going to make more sandwiches than me before the thing rots. So, like, I'm going to let him have it instead, actually. But a big thanks to your support, Bobo Vasquez, and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Ulf Hednar, who said, "Is it possible that the piss poor decision making by the current leadership is intentional? It's hard to F up this badly."
I think it's not intentional. I think that they think that they're making genius moves and decisions, and they're all blowing up in our faces here in the United States because it's stupid. I mean, like, it's absolute stupidity. Because the first time Like, just to tell you this isn't political, this is just the truth. The first term that this guy had as president, he had a whole bunch of advisors, and he didn't really have the idea that he really knew what he was doing, so he listened to his advisors, like Pompeo and Bolton and others, that had been around the block for a while and had generally known what they were doing. But this time around, from what he even says, he's not listening to his advisors, he's telling his advisors what they need to know, which is a really stupid position to work off of because not everybody, like nobody knows everything in the world, and that's why also the executive branch is furnished with so many different people that know what they're talking about to advise the president on what's going on and what would be the best move to take. He's not listening to any of them, and that's why all of this keeps going into disaster, because he feels like he knows everything in the world, and he's the smartest guy alive, and he keeps making decisions that are some of the dumbest ones we've ever seen because they're being made by someone who doesn't really know what's going on. That would be my personal opinion on it. But a big thanks to you for your support and helping this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Vulcan Viking, who said, "You did very well at getting audience recognition, and I'm invested almost daily for the news going on in the East. And you guys are great, and thank you, and LSA."
Hey, and a big thanks to your support, Vulcan Viking. And also, don't fret. I saw you saying that was the last time you supported. Don't fret. We just got to get through them all. Like they're all put in the list. We'll get to all of them eventually. It's just that we can't get to everyone instantly, you know. Because there's so many people who support the channel. We're always greatly appreciative of all of you. So don't take it personally. Don't get your feelings hurt. We'd love to know that you're here and you enjoy the channel and support, and we love to know that you're watching the channel daily. And thank you so much for the kind words. And long live the Lee Spring Army. The Lee Spring Army will never die. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory, who said, what if it is intentional wanting us to join Russia and North Korea?"
Honestly, I mean, I don't even know game theory. I mean, if it was, it's dumb as hell because it's like, why in the world are we going to abandon everybody to team up with the brokest ass countries on the earth? You know, it's like, and also the ones that are the most heinous to their own people. It's like, why in the world would we want to team up with countries like that? That is stupid to me. Like it might be the case. I can't really say for sure, but it is absolutely asinine if it is. But a big thanks to you for your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have another 5 from Cerberus 3, and thank you, Cerberus, once more. And they said, "By the way, I guess some Americans decided we wanted to make America have measles again with no oversight. Hated it, but polio is on my bingo card, and stay safe all."
Oh well, you know, like now that the herd immunity is decreasing, yeah, that kind of stuff can come back around. You know, it's like damn, you know, it's like maybe the government isn't always in the conspiracy to kill every single one of the citizens that gives it the tax base and the power that it has. You know, I gotta say, those conspiracy theories are the dumbest to me. It's like the government is pushing, like it's like, you know, if you want to say something like, you know, the CIA is testing out syphilis on people in Tuskegee, it's like that makes sense. Like, that's something that's plausible because it's like it's a small population group. It's not affecting the whole country. But the people who come up with the conspiracy theories, like the U.S. government wants everyone in America to die, so they're trying to do this thing to get everyone killed. It's like, why would they do that? It's like a citizen is a tax revenue generator. Every citizen is. So why in the world would you want to get rid of tax revenue generators and also power projection generators in the workforce by wiping them out? It's like those conspiracy theories are the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Yeah, there's a serious medical problem in America that nobody's talking about. That's something that's been apparently making the rounds quite heavily recently, but it's not gotten to the headlines yet. It's called foot and mouth disease. A lot of people have that these days of putting that foot right in that mouth. But you know, it's really something. Like the things you hear these days that come out of, especially the government and stuff. It's like I think they've all caught foot and mouth.
Yeah, you know, it's like if people ought to think about this. It's like if you're gonna have a conspiracy theory, the government doesn't want you to die. Like the government doesn't want you to die because the longer you're around, the more money to be made off of you, or the more taxes you're going to pay, which produces power for the country. If anything, they're trying to keep you alive for as long as possible, but they might not care about the conditions of the standard of living that you have the whole time you're alive. They might try and keep you around, they might try and extend the average life expectancy into the late 80s because they might be able to eke out a little bit more tax income from you, but the quality of life might suck. It's like, if anything, it's like if any conspiracy theory is to be made, it's like it should be made on those lines, not the line of the government's literally just trying to wipe out people for the hell of it. It's like that doesn't make any sense at all at any level. But anyways, with that, a big thanks to your support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Game Theory put in a 5 and said MK Ultra. And that was a real thing. That's not a conspiracy theory. That's definitely a real thing that happened that stopped and then it restarted under a new name. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, it is a real thing, but like I'm saying, it's like small population groups that they're doing that stuff on. It's not, everyone in the country all at the same time.
It was more than a small population group.
Well, how big are we talking here?
The entire cities in California at one point.
Entire cities in California, out of the whole
Yep.
country. That's not that large of a population group. I mean, I'm talking about like people who are like, the government's trying to bring in 5G because 5G is going to liquefy our brains and kill everyone kind of people. It's like, well, that doesn't make any sense. Why in the world would they wipe out everyone in the whole country for the hell of it? It's like, that makes no sense. Like, if you're saying like like a limited experiment group, like a locality like Tuskegee with the syphilis, or some city in California with the MK Ultra mind manipulation stuff, it's like, that is plausible because they're doing messed up stuff, but it's at a focalized local level. It's like doing something nationwide, though. It's completely outlandish. It's like it's a ridiculous notion in its own sense. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Karos86. He said, I've been watching you guys for a long time and just supporting and love you guys, and thanks for the best news in LSA.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, one little running, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Brock Purdy the Great. He said, have you seen the F-18 pilot police body cam footage?
No, I have not, actually. I'm going to have to go take a look at that and see if I can find that body cam somewhere on the internet. But the big things for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. With that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Colgate, who said, I love seeing our British long-range drone strike.
Me too. And I love Colgate toothpaste. Actually, I use Sensodyne. But a big thanks to your support and help with this channel to keep it running. I hope it does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 2 from Elf Hednar, who said they need to make hell let loose Ukraine.
Honestly, that would be cool. Like, that would be really neat. Honestly, I don't know why anyone hasn't really made a Ukraine thing yet. Like, Squad has Ukraine as a faction, but it's like Ukraine as a faction before the war in Ukraine started. It's like, why don't they have Ukraine as a nation now, like in 2025? That would be sick. Like, I think that would be really cool. But a huge thanks to your support and help with this channel to keep running. And with that, folks, it looks like we've made it through all of our super chats, and it's time for us to get the Morse code decoders and 3 live chats for the night. So what do we got, Matthew?
And tonight we have the entire roster of Morse code decoders. We had Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Heroic, Flevinus, Kush, Commentary, Sire, and Brian. And they said the Morse code said, NATO has finally done something to respond to the Russians and don't stop here in LLT LSA.
And ding, 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 shh. That's the sound of money. Y'all got that done on the nail. That's the Morse code mention of the night. I congratulate y'all greatly on the least and Cinema Core for getting that correct time and time again. Y'all are always getting it correct, and y'all never get it wrong. And we're always impressed and incredibly amazed by those sorts of abilities of the least and Cinema Core. So humongous thanks to all of y'all once again, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to AF Kaplan, who said, are U.S. forces also participating in the NATO forces buildup near Kaliningrad?
From what we understand at the moment, it doesn't really appear so. We do know that the U.S. Army of Europe and Africa and 5th Corps are still based in Poland, and the Atlantic Resolve Rotational Division, which is based out of Poznan, Poland, is still somewhat operational within the area, but we do not believe the United States Air Force had any air assets operational in the Kaliningrad encirclement that was conducted in the skies in Eastern Europe over the course of this day. So I hope that does address it the best I can, and with that, we are on the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Aaron Hernandez. He said, will you all remain on the air if and when Russia launches a nuke?
Of course we will. It is our job to be on air and report everything that's going on around the world every single day. As long as there is not a nuclear weapon inbound to us and about to blow us up, we are definitely going to be on air and covering every single development and every single situation that's happening around the world.
We'll be on air then too.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that one. I mean,
why not?
Well, I mean, if there's a nuclear weapon coming for us, I don't want to spend my last 10 minutes before I get vaporized just trying to get OBS on and get YouTube running. Like, it's going to take...
I do. I live for this.
Dude, I wouldn't even be able to have time to make a thumbnail. By the time we get an alert that a nuclear weapon is inbound, we probably have 10 to 15 minutes left. That is literally the amount of time I would need to just make a thumbnail and just set up a title in OBS and just get the stream live 30 seconds before you get vaporized. It's completely pointless. So if there's a nuclear weapon coming for us, we're probably not even going to have enough time to get on air. But if the nuclear weapon...
I want to run out in the street and go run around in circles. I've always wanted to do that, but there's never been an opportunity. I think if a nuke was inbound, that would be my opportunity to run outside like a loon.
You know, honestly, man, what I was thinking is that if a nuke was coming in, I would do that as well. And I would go outside and I would make that Star Trek reference before civilization is wiped out as we know it. I would go out in the street and go, festival, festival! Like, and just run around and, like, throw chairs through windows and stuff. It'd be crazy.
It's like there actually are people that would say that. They'd be like, what would you do if you had like 10 minutes for the nuke hit? Some people are like, I'm gonna rob the whole street. It's like, oh damn. It's like, really? It's like it's like, all right then. It's like, well, now we know what their priorities were at.
Man, I'm gonna rob the whole street so that way when that nuke goes off, I can watch the money melt in my hand, man. Like, it's like, man, real shit. But anyways, man, with that, it is time for us to get on and into the final question of the night. And so, who's the lucky last person throwing the lucky last question of the night?
That viewer is going to be none other than, let's see here, Lord Cog, who said, what states do y'all think Texas, with its oil resources, could bring in a secession event that border it?
Deal with its so I think you're asking like if Texas seceded, how many states would go with it? Probably none, because a lot of the states around Texas are actually not that wealthy. New Mexico, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Louisiana. And I think that they actually get more tax support from the federal government in grants than they do pay out to the federal government, if I'm not mistaken. So if Texas left, none of them would want to leave because they're more so kind of indebted in their daily existence to the federal government than they would be reliant on Texan oil. So that would be my analysis of that situation. I don't think they take anyone with them. And also Texas will never secede from the Union because after the Civil War, we actually kind of made it illegal in this country to secede from the Union. So that's why no one's tried it since. No one can actually. But still, a big thanks to a great question there. And with that, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. And I got to say that we are entirely honored and greatly appreciated to know that so many of y'all were here tonight. We had a peak viewership of 17.3 thousand people and a total viewership of 120,658 people. We are entirely honored and greatly appreciative. And we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is a short video to be made, I'll be the one making that short video. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, Rom Slava, long live the Lead Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, a huge shout out to the over 121,000 people that joined us by the end of the stream. We do appreciate you all once again for joining us. And we hope to see you all once again tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern at our usual time to cover the rest of the news throughout the next 24 hours and maybe a short war video if there is enough news to cover. We'll have to see, though. Today was a huge news day, and we never can tell what's going to happen tomorrow, of course. But we hope to see you all then. We do appreciate you all being here once more. And, of course, Slava Ukraine. Herom Slava. Get some rest and good night.
Spring on his shore.